Hello and welcome to another stream of Outlast to celebrate its 10th anniversary. Hey, good morning Maxi to you as well, dude. How's things been going? That collector's edition of Mirage looks really cool. That's really awesome that you got it. Hey there, Afro. The time will soon be upon us. We've waited long enough. Just a day more. Yeah. There was like a live stream that Ubisoft did on Twitch. I started watching it on YouTube because I was just doing stuff, and then I was scouring YouTube and I saw that they were live with a presentation, like a launch celebration for Mirage, and I thought, oh. So I started watching it, and I came in at the part where they were interviewing the actors for Basim, Roshan, and with the writer as well. Of the narrative, and I was watching that, and then they started doing like their live stream of the actual game. So I was watching for a bit on YouTube, then I just switched over to Twitch as well to watch the rest of it, because I sort of wanted to gauge what the chat was saying. As with everything, there's always like spam troll sort of stuff, you know. And then there's the usual general stuff, which I don't classify as like negative. It's just, for me, it's just, you know, standard, you know, sort of stuff, like where it's like, you know, oh, this is just like Origins, or this is, you know, this isn't like Valhalla, or this is too much like Valhalla, or this isn't like Assassin's Creed 1, you know, just all these sorts of things. But they did like I think the stream went for 3 hours or something like that. So they actually did a good decent chunk of it, and I didn't mind spoilers. So I watched them do the rescue of a character, I watched them do the assassination of a character, and I tell you what, like, the unique kill that I saw was just so fucking awesome. I'm not going to spoil it for people who haven't seen it, but it was just such a cool, unique kill. There's actually 2 different kind of like Assassin Creed related things that it was in one, in terms of like what was done to the main target. So I won't spoil that, but I really like the music that I heard. It still has skill points, but it's not like levels. It's not like, hey, you reached level 5, you need to get this much XP before you reach level 6. Like, there's no leveling system like that. There's still skills and all that kind of stuff that you get, and you can choose what to put that into. And there's 3 different categories, and they each have their own sort of like focus on what you're upgrading and all that kind of stuff. And it made me more confident about it. Now, the parkour obviously isn't Unity level, so that's disappointing as a thing. But I really got the vibe that even though it's obviously born from Valhalla, it's got a lot more, it seems, in common with Origins. So I don't mind the level of parkour that it is necessarily. There's still moments where Basim will drop from a short drop and still do a staggering landing, which ruins the momentum a bit. But there's just a few things where it's like it's very difficult to actually isolate that on itself and then say, hey, I'm not going to buy the game solely because of that. But I was more confident about the game the more I actually saw of it being played, because it's different to like a gameplay demo. It's not like, hey, here's a scenario that has been programmed to go this way, and so it's going to go this way for us because we programmed it to go this way for the demo. It was good to actually see it being played as if it was someone who had just got the game and was playing it too, as well. So it's made me a bit more confident about the game. So what I'm going to do is, when it actually comes out, I'm going to check to see first if it comes out on PlayStation Plus. If it doesn't, I'm kind of confident enough with it to do a one-time get Ubisoft Plus subscription for $15 for the month. And it's like, in Australia, the game brand new is like $80. So I'm like, I don't mind paying $15 to do a one-off subscription for a month to test out a game that, if I don't ultimately like it, I've only spent $15, not $80 to find that out. So I'm just going to wait to see if it comes out on PS Plus. If it doesn't, then I'll just go to Ubisoft Plus website and, you know, sign up and, you know, connect to that. And then I won't stream it for my first playthrough, but I'll play it off stream all the way through, and then that'll allow me to be a bit more confident about it, obviously. But I sort of wanted to wait and see. It was always a wait and see process for me. It wasn't never an outright, not going to buy it. It was sort of like, we'll wait and see. This is what we see. This is, okay, so let's judge that. All right, now let's wait a bit more for other stuff and all that kind of thing. So that's how I feel about Mirage now, is I still want to play it, but I don't want to commit to buying it outright for $80. I'd rather just pay the $15 for a one-off potential subscription fee to Ubisoft, if I have to do that, because there's a bit of confusion, I feel, because there's Ubisoft Plus Classics on PS Plus, but I don't know if that's part of it or not. So I want to wait first before putting any money down, just to see what it actually comes out on and all that kind of stuff. So, but the chances of me streaming it have gone up a bit more, but I'm still going to do it off stream first. I just want to play through the game myself. Because the other thing is, for the past few years, every single game that I have played that is brand new, I've never played it offline my first time in a long time. Because usually I'm like, if I'm going to play a game for the first time, I'll stream it. Never, I'll play it offline first, and then once I finish the playthrough, then I'll stream it. So I don't really do that often. So I think it's a good opportunity with Mirage to take that opportunity to just go, hey, you know, if I can get it for PS Plus, then that's good. I'll play through it, see what I think about it. Or if I can't, then I'm willing to pay $15 for the monthly fee just to try it out and give it a shot. And if I like it enough, and I, you know, am happy with it, then I'll do a playthrough. It won't be this month because I've got October filled with other stuff. But if I do like the game, then I would definitely like to stream it. But I want to play through it all the way through myself off stream. Sorry that took so long and a big diatribe about Assassin's Creed when I'm streaming Outlast, but I just wanted to get that off the table. Hey there, Erosion. I hope things are going well. Maxi, going good, thanks, dude. How are you? You watched it on Twitch to get the drops. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going well, dude. As for me, just adjusting to the heat. It's gotten to that point now where the weather is like, hey, we're actually in spring now, so you're not going to get any of the cool weather that you were enjoying for a bit of the last couple of weeks, even though it was supposed to be, spring started last year. Spring started last month here in Australia. But going well. And that's good that you got the drops as well. There were some people that were in the chat that were like, because they said, we're going to end the stream soon. And they're like, but I'm only 90% done. And that, but yeah, it was good to see some live actual gameplay of Mirage, unedited, not broken up with anything, and just see it purely playing out. There's still some issues here and there that I can see are going to be an issue, like the target is there, the prompt to assassinate is there, they don't see you, you press the button to assassinate, what happens? Basim uses his sword, and then you're alerted. There's also one part where they didn't, like the enemy had no idea that Basim was hiding behind this crate. Right? And as soon as Basim came out from the crate and the player had pressed the button to assassinate, they were already alerted. So it's like, a little bit twitchy here and there, but I have to wait and see. Hi there, Sheila. Welcome on in. Good morning to you as well. How's things going? Well, it's going pretty good. Not too badly. I was just watching a lot of YouTube stuff before starting the stream. Some things about movie stuff, like things with panels at Comic-Cons and stuff with actors like Michael Biehn and Lance Henriksen, who both worked with director James Cameron on a multitude of movies and stuff. So I was just chilling out and watching all that kind of thing before starting the stream. How's things going with you, Sheila? Afro, you mean, was it like Unity, unique kill with a cutscene and stuff? Yeah, for it was, yeah. So once it was initiated, I didn't actually see what was done before in order to trigger it, but when they actually got to the target and they interacted with the target to assassinate them, it went into a cutscene and showed the actual assassination and all that kind of stuff. Maxi, yeah, and everyone's saying, do this, do that. You felt like saying, how about just watch the damn game? Exactly, dude. And this is the thing, and I don't mind people if they have criticisms of something, but once you criticize something, in a public space like that. I know it's online, but, you know, public online space. You don't need to keep bashing people over the head with it. You know, if you don't like something, fair enough, say that you don't like this is what you don't like. But you don't have to keep repeating over and over and over again, you know, and all that kind of stuff too, like some people were doing and stuff. But a lot of questions and that sort of thing too that people were asking, like, you know, do this and do that. And it's kind of like, well, there's certain things that, you know, and this is the other side of things, there's certain things that they would have been instructed to make sure they get in the stream. Like, they wouldn't just be like, hey, just do what you want. They would have had some checkpoints that they had to actually get. Like, they probably would have been like, hey, you need to show a unique kill, you need to show the stealth, you need to show combat, you need to show parkour, you know, you need to show these elements at some point throughout. You know, so there would have been some kind of like guideline that they had to follow when they were doing the live stream, but there was actually a suggestion in chat to put the AC1 filter on, and eventually enough people had put that as a message that they actually acknowledged that and then went into the setting and changed it. But I would sort of temper people's expectations. It's just a filter. It's like if you were playing a game that had the option to turn on a black and white filter. You know, it's not necessarily going to be an authentic experience that's supposed to be emulating fully what it was like. It's just a filter that has the Akra. If you've ever played Assassin's Creed 1, each particular city has a different color scheme and a different kind of quote-unquote filter that they've got over the city. And Akra is sort of more depressing, and it's more oppressive, and it's a lot more muted colors. It's a bluish, sort of whitish tinge, you know, to everything. That's the only filter that they use. They don't use a filter. There's no option to use a filter, at least yet anyway. They might put that in later to do Damas or Jerusalem, you know, and those two places had their own sort of like color scheme as well for AC1. It's just the Akra filter, and it looks fine, but it's not supposed to be a thing where they're like, hey, this is gonna be 100% exactly like it was in AC1, to the point where you're gonna feel like you're playing AC1. It was cool. It's a nice little novelty feature, but I wouldn't really put too much into it as a thing to say, hey, this filter sucks, therefore the whole thing is unraveled. It's just a filter at the end of the day. You know, it's just a cosmetic sort of thing. If you don't like the filter, then you don't have to put it on. It's not like they're saying, hey, we're forced to put the filter on. Because the thing with AC1 was that it was more curated and on purpose. Whereas with this filter, they've obviously done some things to make sure it's authentic to as much as possible, but it's not something that is going to, you know, be 100% fitting for what they're actually going for with the location of Baghdad and stuff. And I've seen some people criticizing how people have said that, so I don't actually know the proper way to say it. But I don't know if the H is actually pronounced more, or if there's, you know, letters in the word that is actually silent or not. But anyway, that's where it's set primarily. And so the AC1 filter isn't necessarily going to 100% match the aesthetic and style that they're going for with the actual location. Afro, $80, damn, it's really expensive for you. That's true, yeah. Like, it's still better than like 110, 120. It used to be that a standard edition of a game would be, you know, about 100, sometimes 90, you know, something like that. And a special edition would be, you know, 120. But now, some new games come out at 110, and the special edition is 140, and all this kind of stuff. So the pricing here in Australia is definitely all over the shop. Maxi, yeah, gameplay was pretty cool. Can't wait to jam it today. That'll be cool for you to do, and be able to like zone in on it, and, you know, not have a chat window with people talking, and not have, you know, someone else doing commentary over it, but just getting into the game yourself and experiencing it. So that'll be cool for you to be able to do when you get it. Sheila, you're good. You just got up and can't wait for Mirage tomorrow. Only one more day to avoid spoilers. Glad to hear that you're going good, Sheila. That's awesome. I hope you had a good rest. And I don't blame you, for sure. And dodging spoilers is like an art form these days. It's like a minefield navigating, especially on YouTube. Because you know that on the day that the game comes out, you're already going to have YouTube videos that say, secret ending to Assassin's Creed Mirage, or here's the top 5 kills in Assassin's Creed Mirage, or this character happens to this, and they have the thumbnail image of the character in question and the big letters of the thing, you know that they're going to do that. Hey there, Shin. How's things been going, dude? Max, the only filter that would wow me is the Kurosawa filter on Ghost of Tsushima. That looked really cool. When I watched Crookie play it, and he had a redemption to actually put it on, that was really cool to see. Hey there, Tech. I hope things are going well. You're not sold a Mirage yet, but you did just buy the deluxe edition of Robocop. The nostalgia finally got you. Got 22% off. Well, that's good, dude, that you're able to get some kind of discount on it as well. You think the game is 50, the deluxe is 60, you paid 43 for the deluxe. That's really good going. I think it's always good to do that. That's why with Mirage, when it was announced that it was coming out and it was going to be at a lower price point than what the other Assassin's Creed games had been for a while, I was sort of like, okay, I'm just going to wait and see till it comes out. And I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but what I've decided to do with Mirage is when it comes out, if it doesn't come out on PS Plus, I'm willing to pay $15 to do a subscription to Ubisoft Plus itself to actually play the game off stream and see what I think about it. Because I'd rather pay $15 to play it and find out if I don't like it, instead of paying $80, how much it is here in Australia, and then ending up not liking it and having paid that much for it. So I felt that's a good compromise to just do that. Because, $15 versus $80 is definitely a big difference. So I'd rather, take a gamble on $15 for the game than a gamble on $80 for it. Shin, you've been sick the past few days with a stomach flu, so you're not able to play video games. I'm so sorry to hear about that, Shin, that you've been really sick. Especially with stomach flu. Bloody hell, dude. I hope you're feeling at least a little bit better, hopefully a lot better soon. I definitely don't blame you. There's definitely been some times where I've been sick and you just don't have the concentration or even the physical energy to even, play. So that's definitely understandable. So Outlast. If anyone was just listening to this and not seeing the visual, you'd probably think I was playing Mirage or Assassin's Creed or something. So Outlast, I started the playthrough yesterday. This is the third stream. I'm doing 2 different playthroughs for Outlast. This first one is collecting all the documents. I'm playing on normal difficulty for that one. The second playthrough will be on insane mode. No saves, no checkpoints. You die, back to the start again. I'll be doing that as the second part. This first part, getting all the documents. There's notes and there's documents. Notes are when you film something and the character makes a note of it that you can read. Documents are when you find an actual folder in the game world and it has information that you can read. The priority is getting the documents. If I miss any notes, it doesn't matter. If I miss documents though, it does matter. And that actually happened. So what I had to do, at the end of last stream, I got up to the part where we deal with Traeger. There was a document that I missed. It was document 12. In this game, you can't go back into chapters and replay them because it resets your collection or something like that. There's something weird that goes on. So what I had to do, off stream, I started a new game, went through, collected the documents that I already had gotten on stream, and picked up the one that I missed, and then ended where I actually got up to in the last stream. So where I continue on from here, the document that I missed, I haven't actually accessed it yet in the game, so it'll have a dot in the list for it, and I'll read that document when I load up the game, so that we can jump in from that point. So for those who might have caught the VOD, nothing is going to be missed. I'm literally at the same part where I left the stream off at. even after having to redo what I had to redo. So these are the notes, which are separate things, but these are the documents. And the one with the green dot, still bleeding, that was the one that I missed when I was streaming. So I had to restart the game from the start, collect all these ones again, and then grab the one that I missed. And the other two below it are the documents that I had gotten on stream. So the only one that I'd been missing on stream was still bleeding. So I finally got that. Already weak, cold. It's still bleeding, but it doesn't hurt anymore, and I almost have quiet. I can't hear the wall rider anymore. Maybe the therapy is wearing off. I can't remember the dreams. Said I could earn my release from this place by submitting to therapy. Lies. Of course they were lying. It was not therapy. We were sacrificed to conjure a demon. Please, let there be no dreams. The only hell... And that's where the letter stops. So there we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 was the one that I was missing. 13 and 14. So we're up to where we were in the story at the end of last stream, and I've gotten up to where the last document was in the last stream. So that's all been taken care of. Sin, you cannot wait for Thursday for the launch of the last new game for you. For a while, Sword Art Online, Last Recollection. So that'll be Thursday as well. Interesting timing. That's when Mirage comes out too. Something else I'm doing in this playthrough is there will be points where I'll stop when there's music to listen to it until it stops or it starts to loop. So in those moments, I won't really move much and I won't actually talk over the top of them. But this is actually where we're up to now. So we've dealt with Rick Traeger. We made some Traeger juice. So he's dealt with. Now I just need to make sure that the next document is going to be collected. I have to be extra careful. You know, Lamar Davis should have won that Team Player Award.
Thank God you survived. I feared that secular maniac would carve you up like the others. Meet me outside. We're close now.
Alright, just need to see where the next document will be. Looks like it's beyond the room where everything's on fire. Alright, so the document that we just got was Persecutorial Delusions from Richard Traeger at murkoffcorp.lu to P. Walsh at murkoff.us.com. Subject Annapurna, employee number 531920. Mr. Walsh, please accept the immediate resignation of Orderly 531920, David Annapurna, and process him as a patient of Mount Massive to treat his persecutorial delusions. Treatment should continue until the time of his death. Thanks, buddy. Rick Traeger, Murkoff, R&D. So this Annapurna. Let's see if I can see what document was actually related to them previously. Request for reassignment. Here we go. Alright, so this message, this document is from David Annapurna. I've already read it on stream, but I want to reread it again now that we've found the next document, which also relates to them. So the reason why David Annapurna was put in there as a patient is because he had requested for reassignment and was threatening to go to the press about what Murkoff was doing. So Rick Traeger was like, fine then, we'll put you in as one of our patients, and you will be treated until you die. To whom it may concern, this is my third time asking for reassignment after 2 months without an answer. I don't want to work at Mount Massive anymore. I have been an orderly my entire adult life, but have never experienced such a consistent level of sorcery. I don't know why I was going to say sorcery for. Secrecy and disrespect. I even have suspicions that some of the patients may be being abused. I know personally of 2 of them who have been moved to the basement ward and never returned. If I don't get an answer to this email, I will be forced to resign and may very well consider contacting the press. Thanks for your time, David Annapurna. Please accept the immediate resignation of Orderly David Annapurna and process him as a patient of Mount Massive to treat his persecutorial delusions. Treatment should continue until the time of his death. Notes aren't a priority, but out of curiosity, I wonder how many notes I've gotten versus how many there are up to this point. So in the video guide that I'm looking at, they're also showing me notes. And you might be like, well, if you've got the video guide open for documents and you're not worried about the notes, then why are you even bothering using that guide that has notes in it? Well, the question is good. The reason why is because I might want to actually leave getting all the notes for a future playthrough. But let's just see out of curiosity what notes that we have gotten versus what number of notes the guide is actually up to. Alright, so the last note in the guide is note number 15, Let It Burn. I definitely don't have that yet because the guide is showing where that note is in a section that I'm not actually up to yet. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've definitely missed quite a lot of notes. So I'm not going to bother with getting all the notes still, because to do that I'd have to restart the game again, which I'm not going to do. So I'll just keep with getting the documents. Just had a thought too. We often think about, hell being about, fire and brimstone and, lava and, spiky things and pitchforks and, torture and all that kind of stuff. This place in Outlast, Mount Massive, has definitely shown us a lot of, torture and victims who are a result of, torture and all that kind of stuff. And that aspect, of what we consider to be hell has been, well and truly put in. But now we reach a point in the game where we have the first instance where we see a lot of fire, and symbolically It's another element that is very hellish in nature, or rather, something that is related to what we think of when we think of what hell might actually be like and what it's been depicted to be, and the elements of it in other media and stuff like that.
To burn it. All of it. Murkoff took so much from us. Used us. Turned us into these things because nobody cares about a few forgotten lunatics. So let it burn. Burn the whole goddamn thing down. Get out. If you want to live, you can get out through the kitchen.
Hey there, Harbinger. You finished Resident Evil 4 Remake plus DLC. Amazing game. Excellent. So you enjoyed the Separate Ways DLC as well? That's cool. I'm very curious about that because I've only played Separate Ways once, on the original version that is, and don't really have a strong memory of it. So if I ever do get to it in the remake, unless I replay the original version, don't really have much to remember. You can't believe that you now want a proper remaster of 5 and 6, not playing them in their current form. That's totally fair as well with those two games. I feel if they're going to do a remake of 5, especially, they're going to have to do a big overhaul with the story in a way. I think what they should do is actually move the flashback stuff to prologue. Don't have any flashbacks to Jill and Chris investigating the Spencer man. Well, not investigating Spencer himself, not at the Spencer mansion, because that's the mansion that blows up in the first Resident Evil. put all that in actual prologue that we play, where we have Chris and Jill. Because I think, and obviously people who've played Resident Evil 5 know how things go with Jill, but for new players, it might be interesting for them to play as Chris and Jill, especially if they've really, liked the characters, and what happens to Jill happens, when you have been playing as the two characters at the start. I think that would be interesting dynamic to sort of have and start with. And then that way, when you have Chris interacting with Sheva, we as the player know all that stuff. But you could have a scene where after Chris really trusts Sheva, not that she's someone that he wouldn't trust or shouldn't trust, but by the time they know each other enough, he actually tells her what happened, all this kind of stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, because you haven't played 5 and 6, a lot of what I'm saying you wouldn't even wouldn't even know. Seva, who is that? Sheva. She's a character that you meet in Resident Evil 5. She's actually the partner character that you play with in Resident Evil 5. The note was, "Let it burn. I'm not the only victim here, not by a long shot. I watch a man wait to burn to death, the most painful death imaginable, rather than stay in this place." Even though I'm not getting all the notes in this playthrough, any that I do get, I will actually read though. Psychopathological Proximity Stress Disorder Pamphlet. If you're seeing things, say something. There's no shame in psychopathological proximity stress disorder. Talk to your supervisor to get help from a Murkoff success counselor. Just need to check where the next document will be. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Excellent. 17. Document number 17 is what I'm up to next. Alright, so it looks like it's before going out the quote-unquote doorway with the exit sign above it. So I need to make sure that when I get into the next area, I don't jump too far ahead and miss a document. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Outlast is going pretty good. Was able to get all the documents that I needed, including the one that I missed after restarting the game off stream, and got up to where I was ending the last stream at, and so gotten a few more documents since then, so it's going really, really well. How's your day going? I was talking at the top of the stream about how what I'm going to do with Mirage is I watched the live stream that Ubisoft did on Twitch, which went for about 3 hours, and based on what I saw, I'm a bit more confident about the game, but not enough to spend the $80 that it costs to buy it in Australian dollars, but I'm going to wait to see if it comes out available for PS Plus. If it doesn't, I'm willing to sign up to Ubisoft Plus itself, because there's a bit of confusion and I don't really know if the two are separate or not. There's Ubisoft Plus, and then there's Ubisoft Plus Classics. And I think only Ubisoft Classics is part of PS Plus and Xbox Game Pass. Ubisoft Plus, however, is a separate thing to Ubisoft Plus Classics, I think, which means it might not become available on PS Plus or Game Pass, at least not straight away, day one. So what I've thought is I'm not going to buy the game $80, because if I end up not liking the game, I don't want to have spent $80 to find that out. So I'd rather just pay the one-off membership fee to join Ubisoft Plus, which is $15, to play the game off stream. And then if I end up not liking it, I've only paid $15, not $80. And then based on that playthrough that I do off stream, if I do like the game, then I will actually stream it. But it probably won't be necessarily this month. Maybe I might, do it on a Saturday when I've done my current Black Flag phase playthrough to celebrate that game's 10th anniversary. But in any case, I figure it's better to take a gamble on the game, spending only $15 to get a subscription to Ubisoft Plus as a one-off, because I wouldn't need it for anything else. Do it as a one-off. Then if I don't like the game, hey, it's only $15 worth versus spending $80 and not liking the game. So that's how I'm going to play it. Good, very nice. You just woke up, so not sure how the day is going yet. You'll see after a coffee. That's definitely a good gauge. It's like, get some coffee first. That's great, though, that you are going pretty well so far, but when you get that coffee into you, glad to hear that you're more confident in Mirage might being good. Yeah. I also saw the unique kill that they did, and it was just like chef's kiss. And I won't spoil what actually happened in it, but they took two specific assassinations from the series and combined them into the one for the unique kill, or two scenarios or little events that happened and put them into the one. It was really, really cool. That's true. It's nice to have those trial runs to test out even new games nowadays. It really is, and as a streamer too, it's going to be good to just play a game off stream that's new without having to stream it, because for the past few years now, whenever there's a new game that I'm interested in, I never get it and then play it off stream first and then stream it. I always just stream it as a first playthrough. I know for some people that's, better as a stream to watch someone's first playthrough to get their reactions the first time. But with certain games, I just feel like I should test it off stream first and play through it and see what I think, and then deem if it's worth actually streaming it as well. So that'll be good to be able to stream to be able to play it off stream to test it, and then if I do like it, then I'll definitely stream another playthrough of it. Well, I'll stream the second playthrough if I like the game, playing it off stream. This is another part in the game where they're like, to activate this, you need to activate two other things in two separate sections before you can proceed. Meanwhile, they put an enemy that's in your road that you have to deal with. I definitely don't want to do what I just did on insane mode when I play it, because potentially that could put me in a corner with Chris Walker, which is the name of this stalker enemy. Shin to continue. Sacrifice an albino rabbit after the second waning gibbous moon, after the hunter's moon. Has that been approved by any official bodies, Shin, as a method? They won't deny it. So it is written, so it shall be. It's quite smart what they do here. I don't know if this is just randomized, his reaction, but earlier in the game when we've interacted with something that makes a noise, generally any enemy that has been stalking the main character hears the noise and goes immediately to investigate. But we have Chris Walker here who doesn't straight away go to the valve room where we were just in. Maybe the noise that it makes isn't as loud as the other things though. So that could be a reason why.
Hush, boy. You'll have your turn. There you go. Feel your belly. Clean your arms. Every little crevice to find that key. I know only babies have There we go. No complaining now. We have to wash every little part. Oh, who's a clean baby? Who's a clean baby? Oh, you are. Yes. There you go. Shh.
I guess it didn't like the fact that we turned the sprinkler system on to stop the fire from going. It's a clever kind of like jump scare. It's another example where potentially finger foods. Finger licking good. Fingers. I've said it before, but fuck this place. I've still got those fingers left. For those who don't know, the main character has actually had 2 of his fingers, I think 2, one on each hand, cut off by one of the maniacs, Rick Traeger. Oh, I was talking about that jump scare that happened. So the dude that was in the room when it was on fire, when you return there after you put the sprinkler system on and he's not there, it makes you think, oh, I wonder where he is. Some might then go, okay, well, he's probably just left, and think nothing of it. So when they go through this door and they get jump scared by him, it might actually work on them. Some players might have been like, oh, I bet you he's somewhere. And the thing about that is, even if you know you're going to be right, sometimes taking something slowly because you know it's there can actually still be effective and still create a jump scare situation as well. But as I was saying in one of my previous streams for this playthrough, horror is subjective, like comedy. So what one person might find scary or effective won't be found that way by other people. But there's a lot of sort of like techniques that you can do to try and evoke a jump scare. And a lot of movies and stuff always try and just do it based on sound. And I've always been a component. I've always said that you can even do a jump scare in a comedy and make people jump. Does it mean it's necessarily scary? No. It's just a cheap way to get a reaction out of an audience. It's a short-term reaction, a jolt. For some people, though, when they get jolted by a jump scare, they might have a period of time where the jump scare is still working its magic on them. Where even like a minute later, they're like, oh man, that fucking jump scare, you know. But for some people, it's just like, oh shit, that jump scare. And then a minute later, they've already forgotten about the effectiveness of it. And movies that are horror and games that try to rely solely on jump scares that are the sound variety, after a while, for some people, it can basically make the other jump scares not work as well because the player is expecting it. So if they're really expecting it every single time, then the effectiveness might wear off. And that's why it's good to use a varying different kind of jump scare when you use it and do it in a different way. It's one of those things where you don't just go boo all of a sudden. You know, sometimes you need to get to the jump scare in a roundabout way for the player. Make the player think, oh, there's something behind this corner. Have a look. Oh, there's nothing there. This corner, nothing there. 5 seconds later, though, something from behind goes, ugh! Because the attention of the player is not on what's behind them at that point, it's on what's in front of them. You know, you can also do jump scares with visuals as well. Like you can be watching something, and a character is watching something, and something can just fly past the character's vision, and you see it too, and that could be a jump scare even if there's no sound accompanied with it, because your eyes are concentrating on what you're seeing, and so when that abrupt thing happens, it can make you jump. So this here leads to the next chapter, but the document that I need is actually over this way. Okay, so the document we just picked up is MK Ultra Program Excerpt. MK Ultra Program, CIA Mori, doc number 140401, pages 159 excerpts to file. Subject, Special Research, Bluebird. Okay, so 1. General problem. For the past several months, Bluebird has been endeavoring to ascertain by research, study, instruction, and some practice what value, if any, can be derived from SI, sleep induction, and H, hypnotic, techniques when applied to war and specific agency problems. 3. Can we create by post-H control an action contrary to an individual's basic moral principles? 7. Can we guarantee total amnesia under any and all conditions? 8. Can we alter a person's personality? How long will it hold? 17. What are full details on a sleep-inducing machine? If you've collected some other notes before this point, there is mention of a experiment that was done with 2 women. One woman had professed that she hated and couldn't stand guns of any kind. Seeing them, using them, you know, holding them. She and this other woman were put under hypnosis, and the woman who didn't like guns was told to use the gun to shoot the other woman. The gun wasn't loaded, but the person who was hypnotized to pick up the gun and shoot did so without any hesitation, even though normally there's someone that hates guns. and they shot the other woman with the gun. And this whole experience was so real to them that they thought that they had shot them. When both of them were brought out of the hypnotic state, neither of them could remember anything that happened in that scenario. And when they handed the woman the gun again, who before had professed that she hated guns, was hypnotized, used a gun no problem, when they gave her the gun again, after being woken out of the hypnotic state, she was back to her normal self like, nah. But she had forgotten the whole scenario of what had actually transpired. So from their perspective, that was a successful experiment because they were able to go against someone's actual thoughts, beliefs, feelings about something and force them to do something against that, and then not have any memory of actually having done that as well. And the thing about that, if you think about it, is if someone doesn't have memory of something that has happened, it means if any other people want to try and exploit that person and gaslight them, they've got all the tools in the world to be able to do that. It's like, no, you stole that. No, I've got no memory of stealing it. Yeah, but you stole it on this day. We have these witnesses. We have 5 people that said that they saw you steal that thing. We have all this on record. And then the person might be like, gee, maybe I did do that. So you're confessing that you did do that, and some people might be like, oh shit, I guess I did. I don't remember, but, So in this example that I used, it's actually from the game itself. The other example I used was just one that I made up based off of, that experiment kind of thing. But that's a lot of the stuff that was being done by Murkoff in the game. And this is based on real stuff as well. So it's not just make-believe from the game. So this note is talking about, the problem and the techniques to try and do that. Can these things be done? And the sleep-inducing machine is what eventually gets made into the morphogenic engine, which is the machine that they create to, try and breach to the other side, so to speak, through dream therapy and, all this other stuff that can be a lot of mumbo-jumbo gobbledygook, but that's essentially what that is referencing. What are full details on a sleep-inducing machine? They eventually come up with the morphogenic engine as well. Now, granted, Outlast Trials, which is the latest game in the series, is set decades before the first game. So I don't know whether or not they've even got like a prototype version of the morphogenic engine, maybe, that was being used in that time. But I don't think this particular note doesn't give a date or a year, so I don't know what decade this note is supposed to be in. And I think the Outlast Trials takes place in the 60s. I could be wrong, though, but I think it takes place in the 1960s. Now I need to see where the next document is. so next document is our own personal cavalry. I don't even know your name, but I've come to think of you as one of my blood, my Paul. I hope you don't mind. And I hope you don't indulge the vanity of self-pity, the fear that your suffering is more than others. We all must endure this, and you are nearly done. There's no way to heaven but by the cross, and every man needs another to help drive the nails in. I am here for you. I am waiting ahead. So I'm assuming that this would be a note left by Father Martin, the guy who isn't actually a priest, but part of his psychosis is related to priests and stuff. He actually was sort of like, quote-unquote, being fixed a little bit by his hobby of painting, but they eventually took away the materials for him to paint, and so he relapsed into his psychosis about, being a priest and being like an important figure for the Wall Rider, who he kind of sees as like God in a way, and sees Miles as kind of like the Messiah or something to that effect. Now I just need to see where the next document is. Alright, so it's a fair way from where I'm currently up to. So I'll just leave the video guide I'm looking at the start of the area, and then when we get closer to it, I'll double check. Wall Rider. The thing in the dark. God help me. I think I've seen the Wall Rider. The Wall Rider has two parts, the wall and the rider.
How do you know you're not a patient? Leave for me.
sort of like about that scenario is that you know that Chris Walker is around in the area from where you saw him when he entered the courtyard, and when you see that there's the light coming from that light there, you might think, oh good, this is where I need to go, and then boom, Chris Walker appears, and depending on your battery level and how much battery is left, you might be trying to figure out a good time to actually change the camera battery mid-run, because what can happen, you can be changing the battery mid-run, and because obviously the camera gets put down for a second while the battery gets changed, you can easily lose which direction you're going in, and if you're being chased by Chris Walker at the same time, it can be a recipe for disaster. So that's why I wasn't actually changing the battery straight away. But in so doing creates a bit of suspense, because you're looking at the meter of the battery and how much is left until it actually conks out. And then you've got Chris Walker on your ass as well, and then trying to figure out the best time to actually change the camera, change the battery, and all that kind of stuff. So what level of battery that you have in a moment like that can also either add or subtract from the actual experience. This is a good tip. Don't drink the water, especially if it's like a big blood mess of water. So much blood in the water, I can smell it. Like putting a penny in your mouth when you were a kid. The whispers are making more sense. I'm looking for static. It's like an itch. I was talking in the other stream sessions for this playthrough about the static, and the first time you come across static in this game is when Miles is actually climbing into the Mount Massive building, sort of like the reception area section of the building, and you're walking through, and then the television just turns on by itself, and it's on a static channel that's making the static noise. And I was talking back then about how the static plays into the narrative when you get there later. And so the static is kind of like something that the patients, a phenomena that the patients actually experience, which is very kind of like hypnotic. So the next time when you see the television screen with static on it is when you see these people who are patients who are just staring at the screen mindlessly because they're hypnotized by the actual static. And so Miles, the main character that we're playing as, has been slowly getting affected by the things like the static, but also the horror that he's experiencing as well. And that's part of the narrative too. Later on, we learn that some of the experiments were looking for people, or trying to get people who were extremely scared and had gone through a lot of trauma, were the types of people that they were either hoping to work on, or would be or that they'd get to that point as a result of being experimented on, and all that kind of stuff. It'll get explained a lot better than I can do it later on, but that's where a lot of this stuff is heading with the static that Miles is hearing and all the shit that he's been going through up until this point. I don't think this is intended, but a lot of the times in horror stories and stuff like that, you have like this idea of blood. Now, obviously, different horror stories use it in a different way. For example, some people, and this is a real fear, have a fear of seeing blood at all. So if they were to see blood, it might cause them to faint or have some other reaction. So a fear response to seeing blood is also a theme that you could apply to something like this situation in Outlast, where we have this big fountain full of blood. Also, blood is definitely something that we as humans have in our body that we need to have, like it's a part of us. And so when we see horror stuff where they've actually used blood, we of course think about life source and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, vampires obviously see our blood as a source of sustenance. The way that we see drinking something like water when we're thirsty is what vampires see our blood as. And that's also a connotation with blood in horror when it's related to vampires and vampirism and all that kind of stuff. This fountain, in and of itself, normally you think about fountains and they're spouting water, and because there's no water coming out of this fountain anymore, the life of the fountain is basically extinguished, and all this blood symbolically is all the blood that was in the body of the fountain, which is now all gone. You know, so it's interesting how blood in horror can be used as something that's a source of life or a source of fear and things like that as well. And a lot of this stuff doesn't necessarily mean that this is what the developers were thinking. It's like looking at a painting. You might look at a painting and you might think, this painting is about this. And someone else will look at it and they'll go, no, it's not. It's about this. Then the artist comes along and says, well, actually, you're both not correct. This is what I was thinking when I actually did it. And then someone else might come along and go, that may be the case, but what I see in this is something that you don't see in it. You know, so we all look at things differently and all that kind of stuff. And just because something is done in a certain way doesn't mean that the people who made it were intending that to be taken that way. But sometimes you can actually observe stuff in a game or a movie or a painting or whatever it might be, and you might be able to apply certain meaning to it and all that kind of stuff. So what I just said about the blood, you know, vampires seeing it as a life source, you know, for us it's a life source, you know, and all that kind of stuff, the water, the fountain, you know, all of that stuff doesn't necessarily mean that the developers were thinking that. That's just stuff that I've actually just thought about now when doing this playthrough. And of course, can't help but think of the fact that the developers of this game and the Outlast series as a total is Red Barrels. And normally, in an action sort of like connotation, you would think, shoot it and it blows up. In a horror way, you can look at it as red barrels that are overflowing with blood that's being stored inside the barrels.
You're beginning to understand, but not yet. Even Abraham had to cast his eyes to the ground. But soon, this way, revelation is at hand.
I just had a thought. Not saying this is actually the case, but what if the reason there's batteries left here and there is because Father Martin, because he always seems to be 10 steps ahead of where we are. So it would be funny to think that he's actually got a big bag full of batteries that we don't see, and he's just putting them in certain spots, just so that when Miles goes to an area, he'll be able to get a new battery to put in his camera. Just need to check the video guide for where the next document is, just so I don't miss it. Because there's a lot of spots in this game where once you go past a certain section, you can't backtrack. And if there's any documents you missed in the previous part, you won't be able to backtrack to it. The sound in the machine. The sound in the machine, like the sound in my head when the War Rider appeared. I blink and I see static, something else, something oily and dark descending behind my eyelids, watching me with organs I can't imagine. But the sound is coming from the machine too, from inside the walls. I know that sound. Just thought that's potentially for some people a good jump scare. Going into this room, having a look around, seeing that the battery is there, and then as soon as you turn around with the camera, seeing the wheelchair. There's a lot of points in this game early on, especially where there's bodies in the wheelchair, and one of the early jump scares in the game is actually someone in a wheelchair grabbing you. Oh, I seem to have jumped ahead to a different document. Shit. Where document 19 is also near steps and staircases. Oh my god, I hope I can actually fast travel. I hope I can backtrack to where it is. Because it was in the video, like... Like in the video, they show this area here, and that's where the note is. So let's, thankfully I'm in the location where I can still get to it. And then they go to the right here. Go through all here, and then the staircase sign. So the staircase sign actually went to the right. Here it is. This is document 19. The other one that I picked up is document 20. Alright, that was lucky. So, Walrider and Nightmares is supposed to come before Project Paperclip and Excerpt. Getting that one first, though, means I can see that they don't list it in order of what order they've placed them in, but also the order in which they actually do it based on the order you collect them in. So we collected what in the guide was document 19 second and document 20 first. And so document 20 in the guide, because I picked it up first, it's actually been put in the list as the 19th one. Walrider and Nightmares. Brief introduction to Walrider mythology for MRD support staff, the Murkoff Corp. Note this is for support/notational purposes only. Engage in no direct contact with patients during or after therapy. The Walrider, also known as an Alp, Mara, or Schrat, is a demonic creature of German origin that torments sleepers. They crouch on a sleeper's chest and crush the breath from him. The sleeper wakes terrified, paralyzed, and asphyxiating. The name Mara gives us the word nightmare. Sexual assaults by the demon are rare, but it has been known to drink milk from the breasts of sleeping women and blood from the nipples of sleeping men. Hey Ben Darren. I hope things are going well. You ever heard a little what you said before about blood and static while making brunch? Do you think a lot of people reflect on it like that in an active way, or do you think intentions of the developers will get through subconsciously anyways? I think so, because some people, when they watch something or they read it or they play it in a video game, there might be a lot of stuff that we aren't actively focusing on, but our brain is picking up on. And so you might get a situation where you start to think about things later and you go, hang on, this seems familiar, because you might see something in something else. And you might go, uh-huh, that's like in this thing that I watched or this thing that I played. And so I think that our subconscious does a lot of recording of what's actually going on around us. And we may not consciously be aware of it during the moment, but later on there might be something that we feel is, familiar and similar. So I think when developers put things into games, they do have their own intentions, of course, of what that thing is supposed to be. But when we're actually playing the game or watching the movie, not everyone might pick up on that as a thing. I think that's why, like, when people interpret things, there's always going to be differences in what they think about. It's very easy, too, to confuse something that was intended with something that you think should be part of the overall thing. But that's a bit of a balance that can be lopsided sometimes in either direction. But there's a lot of, fiction that the author would probably say, hey, it's up to the viewer or the reader or the player to actually think about these things and come up with their own conclusion about it. Whereas some authors are like, no, this is actually what I intended. This scene is supposed to be about someone eating a sandwich. It's not supposed to be about someone who is feeling like they need to take everything from everyone else, and so they're eating all the food in the other in the person's fridge. But someone who's watching it might watch that scene and they think to themselves, this character who's eating all this food, that reminds me of my friend one time who raided my fridge and I didn't have any food left because they ate it all. The author may not have intended that to be something that was in the actual scene, but you yourself might think about that as well. So I think it's amazing what our sort of like conscious and our subconscious sort of picks up on and all that kind of stuff. And, there might be some accidental stuff too that people don't realize they put in. It's like if someone watched something a long time ago and they forgot about it and they're writing their own new thing and they come up with an idea and they put it down and then later they're like, hang on, this seems familiar. And then they realize, oh shit, that's something that I saw in a movie 10 years ago and I'm putting it into this story. So I think that can happen a lot too as well. So that's that document, I should say, to be more specific to this game. Project Paperclip excerpt. Project Paperclip, Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, JIOA. Document number 8 of 186. Location 230-86-46-5. Excerpt. Reference Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act. A. The first, Paperclip, provides a means of obtaining services of foreign specialists for specific assignments within the technical services of the Departments of Army, Navy, and Air Force. B. Project 63 is primarily a denial program with utilization as a desirable feature. The aim of this program is to secure employment in the United States of certain preeminent German and Austrian specialists, thus denying their services to potential enemies. So it's basically like, hey, let's get all these people on our side before the other side gets them on their side, and we're in big trouble, kind of thinking. Bandera, in the movie The Shining is a good example. You think a lot of the camera pans and movements around the hotel are impossible, which you believe does something to our brain. You believe there are cuts in the same scene where they change the carpet patterns also. Yeah, that's definitely a great movie as an example for that kind of stuff as well. And there's definitely been a lot of research and analysis done of that movie and of things like that with the locations and things like that. There's actually a film analyst, Rob Ager, who does a lot of videos about Stanley Kubrick movies, especially The Shining and 2001: A Space Odyssey, but also Full Metal Jacket he's done before. He's also done, a lot of other analysis of different kinds of, movies and also video games too, like Alien Isolation as well as Mirror's Edge and that kind of stuff. And he did do a video once that talked about the blueprints of how the set for the hotel was basically a bit of a mishmash of different kinds of, or the interiors I think that they did were a bit of a mishmash of some hotels, I think, where they took one room from one hotel and another room from another, and put it into the same thing. But there was talk about how they might have, made things impossible physically in the reality of the movie, so that they could, like you say, put cameras in, sections and, do cuts in the same scene where they just change stuff, and all that kind of stuff, which some might just put under the umbrella of, oh, that's probably just, bloopers or mistakes that were made. And while that is possible for, certain things, it could also be the other thing where it was intended. It's like you can look at a scene from a movie and all of a sudden something changes in the environment and you might think, oh, that's probably just a mistake. They showed a shot where the person had a red shirt, and then in this next shot, which is in the same scene, they have a blue shirt on. It's like that might be a mistake, but it also might be intentional. The person with the character might have a red shirt and then a blue shirt because maybe the blue is supposed to represent something that the character's feeling. Like maybe the character experiences a moment of sadness. So in that scene, even though it's the same scene, they might show the character with a blue shirt on to signify that they're sad. And then once they've stopped being sad, it cuts back to them and they're wearing, what they were wearing before. Just as an example, I made up on the spot. But sometimes things are intentionally done. Ben Darren, from what you heard, Kubrick rarely made mistakes. He was very intentional about every frame. Yeah, and very meticulous about stuff. And very, exacting. I mean, obviously, a good word to use for that is like a perfectionist. And sometimes that can have a negative connotation, but I think sometimes it can be a good thing to have a little bit of perfectionism to a point. But like anything, it's a bit of a balance, I feel. It shouldn't be too far into the realm of wanting everything to be 100% exact. Like, oh, this little strand of hair is in this spot on the actor's face for 5 seconds of the take, of a 1 minute take. We can't use that take then. Little things like that. For some people, that might be like, well, why would you worry about that? It's like a little strand of hair. And someone who's a real extreme perfectionist might be like, no, the hair strands have to be exactly the same for the full minute of the take. So I think there is a bit of a balance that has to be sort of met as well when you're creating something. And that, I mean, obviously when people create stuff, there might be stuff that they always look back on, they go, I wish I did that differently. But the things that the artist might think they should have done differently might be the very thing that made the people enjoy the finished product in the first place. Like a painter might hate the way that they did that little branch on the tree, but the way that they did the branch on the tree might be the one thing that someone looks at and goes, I love what they did with that branch on the tree. Indeed, Ben Darren, cons and pros and, things like that. Now that I've sorted out those documents, I need to make sure that I'm following the logic in the video guide. So I need to make sure that I don't just skip to document 21 in the guide. Okay, so they get this, which is document 19. Then they go back into the area with the elevator. There we go, so they go back there. And they show that it's down there. Oh no, they're showing a note in the same video as the document. So anyway, they go down here. Into this room, and then they find the document there, which is what I got first, before I realized I'd missed the other document. Okay, and then document 21 is in an area where there's like broken ground.
Nearly here! You can cross from the upper floors!
That message says, drive in the nails. Ben Darren, it's like when they remade the Thing movie, and now they could do all this fantastic stuff with CGI, right? But you think the imperfections with using rubber creatures and whatnot, the limitations that brought with practical effects still make the original from 1982 better. That's true. And what's really frustrating about that particular movie, not the original one, of course, but the one that they did later, was a lot of the work that they did do on set was actually practical effects. But apparently it was the studio's decision that all the work that was done with practical was to be done over with CG, which I think was a big disservice to the actual work that was done by the artists who worked on the special effects and creature effects on the actual set and all that kind of stuff. And don't get me wrong, like, it's not a blanket thing where all CGI is terrible and there's no value in using it at all. But when it comes to like certain approaches, sometimes it is better to do a less is more approach with CG. And if you think about movies like Jaws that had a mechanical shark that hardly ever worked, which meant they had to rethink the approach in filming it, it meant that the shark itself wasn't as prominently shown in the movie with the mechanical shark as much as they intended originally. So what it made a situation where the movie ended up being better for it, because they had to think outside the box of how to use the shots where the mechanical shark did actually work for a little bit, but also create different ways of conveying that the shark was actually around, or potentially could be around. So that's why there's a lot of showing first-person viewpoints through the water and all that kind of stuff as well. And if you look at movies like the 1982 Thing, you can probably still see a lot of the seams where things are, but the actual concept of having a real physical thing, pun intended, that's actually in the scene with the actors, it means that the actors are literally seeing something before their very eyes. They're not imagining what they're seeing. Obviously, acting techniques vary and all that type of stuff, what they would use. So some might think, well, they're actors. They should be able to look at a blank wall and see whatever the actor's supposed to see. And that is true to an extent, because if you think about it, like, they're using their imagination as well. But to actually have something physically in front of you, like, if someone said to you, imagine that there's a pineapple right in front of your eyes. It's a really delicious looking pineapple. You love pineapple, right? So think about the pineapple that you're seeing. Now, a lot of people might be able to visually see the pineapple and feel, oh man, I can't wait to eat a pineapple. But if you actually had the pineapple there, and you can actually smell it, you can see it, you can actually touch it, and you physically can actually interact with it, you're probably going to be able to convey a more authentic feeling or emotion of, or whatever, of the pineapple if it's actually there, versus someone telling you just to imagine it's there and all that kind of stuff. So I think that the original thing, I know that the newer one is actually a prequel because it shows the Norwegians what happened to their camp, and shows you everything that the characters in the original come across, like the axe in the wall and all these certain things. But just to make it more simple, the newer Thing movie, they used a lot of CGI over the top of all the practical stuff, and I feel it really just did a disservice to the overall thing as well. And practical effects, do have their place still in some circumstances, and CGI may be the only answer in some cases to make something a certain way, but it's not in all cases as well. But so many movies use CG that aren't even supposed to be movies that are about something fantastical. Like, for example, they might use CG just to take out a tree in the background, not because the tree is not part of the world. There might be other trees behind the person, but they specifically want a certain tree out of the shot because they don't like the texture of the tree versus the other trees or something. Just to use an example, so they'll use CGI to take out that tree. Or action movies where they've filmed probably 6 vehicles doing stuff, but then they CGI in other vehicles to make the road look really busy in a wide shot, for example, and all that kind of stuff. And particle effects and all that kind of thing. So there's definitely CG that isn't always just used for, like, here's a monster, or here's someone flying, or here's someone, grabbing something that is not actually physically real, like, the Hulk, for example, and using CGI to, do those things is definitely something that, it's good that CG has actually improved. Obviously, it's debatable individually with different things that use CGI whether or not it's actually good. But even though CGI technically has advanced a lot in what they can do, it doesn't equate to always being the best quality of it. Like, you can still use the best technology and still make it look shit if you don't do it right. Hey Jonas, how's things going? Welcome on in. As for me, it's going really good. Really enjoying playing Outlast, doing this 10th anniversary playthrough. Doing something a bit different with the game. Normally, I don't stop and listen to the music or, talk about certain stuff. So I really wanted to do something a bit extra for this playthrough. Bandaran, you wonder if they could remaster the Thing then with the practical shots. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, if they still have the footage before the CG was applied, if they still have all the sources, then potentially they might be able to. But then again, it's probably a thing where whoever owns the rights to the footage now, or whatever, might not want it to be used. Hey there, Rosie. We isolated this actor for 10 years inside a bunker with only pineapples for company. And previously they said that they didn't like pineapples. So putting them in that bunker with only pineapples made them change their mind about it. They learned to live with the pineapples that they once hated. Bandaran lol method acting. Yeah, that's the thing, I mean, there's so many different ways, and I mean, personally, like, whatever works, right? Like, one actor might be like, hey, I want to think back on a memory from my past that relates to an emotion that I felt back then, and the character's feeling that emotion. So in order to convey what the character's feeling, I need to think back to that moment and bring it back. If that gets you to the ultimate goal of, hey, that's a really good take that you've done, then that's good. If someone else has to go, I don't really care about trying to remember something. Just put me there on the day, and I know my lines, I know what I'm talking about. So just roll the cameras, and I'll just, I'll be there in the moment and just react that way. As long as the result ends up being the way that, the people in control actually want it to be. That's the main thing, and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so I need to double check again where the next document is. So they kind of cut in the guide from getting document 20, and then they transition to a spot where there's a gap to jump across. So I'll wait until I get to that point before checking the video again. because I wanted to also get some of the messages that you see written in and focus on them. It meant having to stick my neck out because I knew that there were enemies that were roaming around, but I wanted to get that messaging on there. Luckily, I'm playing this on normal mode, which means we can take at least 2 to 3 hits before we die, depending on the enemy. I won't have that luxury when I do my second run through for this 10th anniversary when I play on insane mode, because on insane mode there's no saving or checkpoints, and I imagine that it doesn't take as many hits for you to die either. So if you die at any point on insane mode, you have to start the game from the start again. Rosie, just put me in the bunker with the radioactive mushrooms or whatever. Nothing would go wrong in that situation at all. Nothing at all. Rosie, speaking of, are the Outlast monsters all human or... Yeah, so a lot of the patients that you interact with are actually people. They've just been deformed and mutilated because a lot of it's been self-inflicted by them and things like that. But there's also some physiological changes that have happened based on the experimentation that have been done on them by Murkoff, who essentially are, in the Outlast universe, similar to Umbrella in Resident Evil, doing these nefarious sort of experiments and stuff. But there is a entity called the Wall Rider that acts more like a ghost or a spirit, and is more kind of like ethereal and not so much a physical human being kind of thing. But it can still interact with you physically. It's not something where it can't grab you or anything like that. AC, thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in to you and your raiders. Thank you so much. Ground units be advised. Friendly AC-130 now entering your airspace. Targeting hostiles in your AO. Firing danger close. That would definitely come in handy at this asylum that we're in Outlast. That's for damn sure. Thanks again for the raid. Really appreciate it. For those who didn't come in with the raid, highly, highly recommend checking out AC's channel. Doing a playthrough of GTA 5, a game which is actually celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. And he's a great streamer with a great channel and a great community, so highly recommend. And how was your stream? What part of GTA 5 are you up to at the moment? We're just currently getting all the documents in this game. There's documents that can be missed, of course, and I've already missed one, but that was in the last stream. I had to actually restart the game from the start, off stream, get all the documents I had already collected, plus the one that I missed, and then get back up to the part of the game where I left the stream off last time. And then at the start of this stream, I was able to actually show and read the document that I missed in yesterday's stream. So that worked out well, and touch wood, we've gotten all the other documents up until this point. So I haven't had to do that same process again. But currently up to this part of the game. The next document is somewhere soon. AC stream was good. Up to you, D. How is the lasting of Outs? That's excellent progress that you're up to the Union Depository. That's excellent. I'm glad that you had a great stream as well, AC. That's cool. It's going well. Yeah, we still have a little bit of game left. What I'm also doing in this first run through, because I'm doing 2 to celebrate its 10th. So this first one is getting all the documents. And I'm also stopping when there's music, listening to it. If it stops, keep going. If it loops, wait until that point and then continue on. But also taking a bit of time to look at the scenery and read the messages that we see written on walls and stuff like that. So doing a little bit of a deep dive. There's notes that you can read, which are what the character makes when they're actually filming stuff. So you actually have to have the camera filming to capture those moments so that you can then go into the character's notes. And speaking of notes, there's actually one that I didn't read. As far as collecting these notes, I'm not worried about getting all of them in this playthrough. So if I miss any notes, it's fine. But I'm more concerned about the documents, which are actual physical documents that the character picks up. Whereas these are just notes that they make based on what they film. No safe place. A dead body at the bottom of the elevator shaft, surrounded by food. He barricaded himself in someplace safe. Someplace nobody could reach him. It didn't work. Clearly. Hello there, Carbon. How's things going for you today? Welcome on in. Bandarian, hope he streams him flying an AC-130 gunship from time to time. Yeah. Now that would be epic. Just need to see in the guide where they're up to next for the 21st document. Okay, so I still haven't gotten exactly to the pinpoint spot where they are up to in the guide I'm looking at. Oh yeah, Carbon. Absolutely love horror stuff. I'm a big horror movie fan. so that definitely extended into video games as well. And to celebrate October this year, I've got a few games locked in. There's some that I haven't fully locked in because it's based on release dates for certain things. The Dark Pictures series, for example, the next one, Directive 8020, still hasn't gotten an actual release date yet. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that particular game, which has the knock-on effect of not knowing if I'm going to fit in the other supermassive games that I wanted to do. Plus this playthrough, I don't know how long it's going to take when I play on Insane Mode, because on Insane Mode in this game, you have no saves or checkpoints. So if you die, you have to start at the start of the game again. So I've never done that difficulty before, so I don't know how many streams it's going to take to get that done in and of itself. But at the very least, I'll know by the end of this week, aka Friday, what I'll be up to in Outlast. Because I could actually play it on Insane Mode and finish it the day that I start the Insane Mode playthrough, or it might take a few days to do, in which case I'll just reevaluate what games I'm doing on the schedule, and maybe isolate a couple of days for this game on Insane Mode, and then use the other days for other horror stuff. But we'll just see how we go. But I do have like a... hope I've got the right command. I've got so many commands going, it's just like crazy. I think this one is the one that has the list of games. There we go. So the ones that are locked in is Alan Wake Remastered for a standard run, which I've finished. This game, 10th anniversary celebration. Silent Hill 3, a 20th anniversary celebration. Resident Evil 2, the original, celebrating its 25th. Another playthrough of Alan Wake Remastered, but doing a more in-depth run. Playing the game Control again, which would be my third playthrough, I think. Plus the DLC for that, which is actually related to Alan Wake, because they're both set in the same universe. And then do Alan Wake 2, which I just realized I've forgotten to actually put Alan Wake 2 in there. But I'll be doing that as well. And the potential ones, which are to be determined, is Until Dawn, Man of Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, Devil in Me, Directive 8020. That game's release is still unknown. And The Quarry as well. So, got some locked-in ones and some ones that I hope to get to, but we'll have to wait and see. That's okay, AC. No worries at all. You must go. Wishing you a wonderful stream. Shadow, I hope you all have an amazing and safe day or night, wherever you are on this big blue ball. That's no worries, AC. Thank you so much again for the raid and for bringing your viewers across. Really do appreciate it. And I hope that you have a great one. Have a great rest, and definitely catch you again another time. Just double checking the guide. Some of these spots in this game can look very similar. So I need to make sure that I'm paying attention to which direction they're going in. The irony of using the term paying attention to only just fall through that again. Here we go. Alright, just to see where the next one is after this one. Alright, so looking at the guide, the next document is in chapter 7. And there's about 8 chapters, so we're getting closer and closer to the end of the game. But there's still a lot left to do, because collecting these documents, as well as reading them, as well as listening to music in the game and all that kind of stuff. Just want to double check on notes, no new ones. Alright, so this document that we picked up is, "You promised me a rose garden." Excerpt from the diary of Shirley Pierce, Mount Massive mental hospital patient, 1952 to 1964. How can I not remember where the cuts are coming from? They hurt so deeply even days later. Dr. Newhouse tells me that it's my fault. I'm subconsciously resisting the hypnotherapy. But I want so much to get better. I don't know how I could be doing this to myself. Dr. Newhouse said it's another condition of my bedroom-inspired hysteria. Poor Bruce, I make him suffer so. I've tried, subtly, to ask Mrs. Jackson if she's had similar issues with her husband, but she is loath to talk about it. Her husband, too, has found comfort in a younger woman. I know the doctors only mean well, and with the help of the government men who've joined the staff, I am in the very best hands possible. I should just take my pills and sleep, and hope for more pleasant dreams tonight. It's like, good luck with that. Hey there, Anasune. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. The guide that I'm watching has listed the next document as the 22nd one. So hopefully, if I haven't missed any documents, we should have 21 so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. There we go. That's good. Don't know how I missed that jump originally. I didn't do anything different the second time around. Anasune, yeah, things are alright, just waiting for Mirage to drop. On one hand, you're looking forward to it, but on the other, you're kind of doubtful, since, as you know, keeping promises isn't exactly Ubisoft's area of expertise. Glad to hear that things are going alright, Anasune. I don't blame you for feeling that way as well, because it's very easy to mask how an end product actually will be through marketing. Even when they're showing gameplay, it can be very easy for them to curate it, to make it look like it's going to be a certain way, but the finished product doesn't act that way. Like, for example, they might have programmed the game to work in a certain way just for the sake of the demo, so that they could make it all work the way that they want it to be shown to work. But when you actually get the game, the way that it actually was shown to work doesn't actually match up. So it's understandable to be a bit wary as well, especially if it's happened in the past and you haven't really enjoyed the experience of what has been on offer. That's why I've sort of been very cautious about it. I've been trying to sort of like separate any potential hype that I might feel for it from just being cautious and waiting until it comes out. And there was a recent celebration stream that they did of the release for Mirage, even though it hasn't actually come out yet, but they were doing it, and they went over a few different things. They showed interviews with the actors for the characters and an unboxing of the collector's edition and looking at the developers' work on the game and all that type of stuff. And then they were streaming an actual live gameplay of the game itself. And based on that, I'm feeling a bit more confident about it. But to put it into perspective, when the game comes out here in Australia, it's going to be $80 Australian. I don't want to spend $80 for the game and find out that it's terrible. So the compromise I've come up with is this. Ubisoft Plus. It's a bit confusing. There's Ubisoft Plus and then there's Ubisoft Plus Classics. I know for sure that Ubisoft Plus Classics is available on PS Plus and Game Pass. But Ubisoft Plus is a separate thing, I think, from Ubisoft Classics Plus. So I'm going to wait until the game comes out. Check out the PS Plus. If it is available for that, then that's great. I'm already paying the monthly fee for that to enjoy the other games I'm using it for, namely the other Assassin's Creed games, streaming it from the PlayStation 5 using the PS Plus. If it does, then great, I can use that. Getting back to the game being $80 to buy, if I do a membership for Ubisoft Plus, which is $15 a month, if I do it for that price and play the game, then if it turns out to be a crap game, I've only paid $15 for a one-off payment to get the subscription service just to play the game, versus spending $80 on it and not liking the game, if that's what happens. But in any case, I'll wait for that to happen, and I'll play the game off stream in my own time from start to finish, see what I think about it, and if I think it's a game that I actually would want to stream and that I enjoyed it and think it's a good game, then I'll actually stream it for my second playthrough. So that's the plan currently with Mirage for me. But I'm still not jumping too much into hype or anything like that with it. Just still being a bit cautious. So we'll just see how things land. But what I did see, though, of that live demonstration of the game, it wasn't like a 10-minute or a 20-minute one either. It was like a 2 to 3 hour sort of like playing of the game. So I saw various, mechanics, and also saw the unique kill that you can do on one of the targets, just like in Unity and Syndicate. So that was really cool and stuff. I won't say exactly what happened or anything like that, but it's not really a spoiler to say that there's unique kills, because that's something that is a gameplay mechanic, not a story-based thing. So that was interesting to watch. So I'm sort of like still cautious and waiting to see. Just need to double check this guide again on where the document is to make sure I don't miss it. Alright, so it's at the part where Chris Walker, and there's a hallway and corridor. the obligatory take something that the player has gotten used to using to help them throughout the game, take it off them for a little while. Thankfully in this game, though, it doesn't take long to get the camera back. It's not like a whole chapter-long sequence or 2 chapters where you don't have the camera and be able to use the light from it. However, when you do get the camera back, there is a compromise that has to be made as part of the gameplay mechanic as well, considering the fact that it fell from that height and got damaged. But yeah, at this part of the game, you don't have the camera. You can't go past this part because the game won't let you without the camera. Alright, so the music's well and truly looped. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Welcome to Outlast. Celebrating its 10th anniversary. Just had a section where we lost our camera that was scripted. And I was saying that it's an obligatory horror trope to have something that the player was relying on in the game for so long and take it away from them for a little bit. In this game's case, it's only like a short bit of time. And I was mentioning about the fact that because it fell from the height it did and where it landed and all that kind of stuff, it gets damaged. So the compromise that happens is that you get your camera back, but it's damaged. And that damage will stay on the screen the whole time now for the rest of the game. You can't repair it. There's nothing in the game where you can repair the camera or get a new camera and then put, you know, new tape, if that's... I don't think it's a tape one, but whatever. So you have to play through the rest of the game with that big crack on the lens. Outlast is going well, Keone. Going really good. Also collecting all the documents in the game. There are notes, and they're what the main character Miles films with his camera. You still have to have the camera actually held and filming for it to actually count. But I'm not worried about getting the notes, just the documents, which are actual physical things that you collect in the game, whereas the notes are just made from what Miles films, and then you just go in and see. And there's another note I forgot to read, which is lies. I recognize the handwriting. Father Martin killed a man here. Are the lies he's talking about all the files missing from these boxes? The facts? The records? They look like government agency material. At least 30 years old, probably older. I start thinking MK Ultra, CIA, mind control. The buzzing won't stop. That's Miles starting to talk about buzzing and static, which I was talking before about how static was introduced into the game by a television that turns itself on near the start of the game and has a static channel on it. And then the next time you see a TV with static, it's in a room where these patients are fixated on the screen. But also the static plays a part in the experimentation that's been going on. And Miles himself has been starting to actually experience that. And early on they have like the buzzing sound of flies and stuff as well. So in a way they kind of foreshadow through sound and the static certain elements that will be key to what's going on in the story and all that kind of stuff. And they're all the documents that we've gotten so far. I'm also stopping in the game when there's music to listen to the music until it either stops or starts to loop on itself. There was no way, unfortunately, to separate the music from the dialogue and sound effects because all the audio is actually tied to the one volume, which is this. So it controls the sound effects, dialogue, and music all at the same time. Originally, I was going to actually do a music-only playthrough as part of the celebration, but I've had to cancel that and just incorporate it in with the first run through. It would have been cool to not have to worry about the sound effects and dialogue as well, and just the music, but it's still a good way to get the music as a focus into the celebration. I mean, I'm really, really big on music in games and movies, so there's various games that I've already done music-only playthroughs with as well. Because sometimes there's little intricate pieces of music layered within the overall music that can get covered up sometimes by a sound effect or someone speaking. So to actually play the game while hearing the music on its own and hearing all the little bits and pieces of the music is, you know, one of those things that I really enjoy doing. That's okay, Anasune, you know me. I definitely don't mind long messages in chat, as long as they're not spam messages of gobbledygook stuff. Actually, there's probably no reason to go up on this part again. Understand. There's something you've been thinking about for a while. You've been thinking about donating money to stream, but since there isn't a way set up to do that, you've thought of buying an Xbox or PS currency card and DMing you the code on Twitch. You have enough money to do it without it negatively impacting me, so it's no worry on that front. Also, just in case there's any confusion, you weren't thinking of doing it just so you can get Mirage. It can be used on whatever. Talking about Mirage just reminded you of it. Oh, I see, Anasune. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely no worries at all. With stuff like that, like I've had people offer in the past to be like, hey, you know, I can gift you this game and stuff like that. And the reason that I've rejected that in the past is just simply because I wouldn't want someone to gift me a game that I may not get to, you know, straight away, or it might take a while to get to it. So in those sorts of circumstances, I don't worry about accepting, you know, offers like that, because I often plan out what games I want to stream and have sort of like set ideas and stuff and all that kind of stuff as well. But with the donation thing, I definitely don't have anything set up for that kind of stuff on the channel. But if I ever do, I will be transparent about it and actually say when it's actually a thing, and not just, you know, not announce it. But I don't have any like current plans to sort of set something like that up at the moment. But yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, if it's not for a specific game, where it's like, you know, you just want to, you know, donate something like that, then I guess that would be, you know, definitely fine. But by the same token, don't feel that you have to, even if you can, you know what I mean? Like, because obviously there's things that people need to have money for to afford, not only just short term, but also long term as well. So I wouldn't want you to, you know, spend money that maybe in the short term you can afford, but maybe in the long term it might put you out of pocket, or, you know, disrupt something as well.
Only one way out. Only one way. How do you know you're not a patient?
How do you know you're not a patient? It's a good question. Okay, I just want to check my guide that I'm looking at. Okay, so I think we're getting closer to the part where Chris Walker will appear again, and it's in a corridor. In the video, they see him approach, and then there's a door that they go into on the left. Okay, it leads to a room with an air vent that they jump up into and climb through. and crawl through, I should say. There's a dead body at the end of it, but there's actually a turn off to the right inside the air vent that will lead to where the next document is. That's no worries, and yeah, like you said, it's not for a specific game, but more for whichever game you decide to get next, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, Anasune, definitely makes sense for sure. That document that we found is Billy's dreams. From K. Vigalondo at murkoffcorp.us.com to C. Eisner at murkoff.us.com. Subject, patient William Hope. Hey, Cindy. Another interesting conversation with Billy this morning. He says he's been talking to Dr. Wernicke again for his therapy in the White Place. I'm disturbed by the fact that his delusions have only gotten worse with medication, which isn't in the literature for benzodiazepine. In any case, his dead doctor friend is filling his head with more German folklore. Apparently, the only thing that can kill the Wall Rider are vampiric butterflies vomited from a demon called Horursi. The butterflies suck the breath from people's lips and drink blood from their nipples. They can also take the form of emaciated upright pigs or sick dogs. So Billy's got that going for him. You'd mentioned Billy talking about his mother's tattoos before. Are any of them by chance tattoos of butterflies? Next time I get outside of the Murkoff firewall, I'm going to look online and see if there's any actual basis in German folklore, or if Billy's making this garbage up from whole cloth. Would love to compare notes sometime. Wouldn't mind doing it over a glass of wine, wink. Gets lonely up here on 2, Kurt. So that ties into a document that we read earlier about German folklore and a demon that while you're sleeping, if you're a woman, it drinks the milk from your breasts during sleep, and if you're a man, it drinks blood out of your nipples. So that's what this document is referring back to as well. And Dr. Wernicke is a doctor that we will meet eventually in this game. But William Hope is the one that is being experimented on, and he is the one that is hooked up to the morphogenic engine that is responsible for creating the Wall Rider. So he's essentially the host for it at the moment. Now to see where the next document is. What I might do too is, I'm not going to take a break yet. What I'm going to do though is actually just grab a new drink. So I'll just leave it on this screen, but I'll be back in a few moments. Alrighty then, so I'm back. Just having a look at the video guide for the next document still. Alright, so out of the vent and then down the hall a bit and then left into the first room, through the room and on a desk will be the 23rd document. Okay, so the document that we just picked up, The Spirit Breach, translated from German, Berlin, 6th of September 1938. Reichsleiter Lohner and Dr. Med Roge. I have pressing news concerning the ongoing work of Dr. Rudolf Wernicke in his development of the morphogenic engine, expanding on theories developed in his brief but unfortunate relationship with Alan Turing. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would not believe it had happened. But beyond even the promise in cellular regeneration and guided cancer regeneration, I believe Wernicke's method has breached the spiritual realm. Something crossed from the other side. I personally witnessed the appearance of an apparition, briefly but undeniably so. Please forward my note and invitation to witness further experiments to Dietrich Eckart. I do not doubt that the Führer himself may need to be made aware of our discoveries. It is my opinion that Dr. Wernicke's successes represent an enormous opportunity for our cause and the German people, and are obviously sufficient reasons to keep him out of any sort of culling program. Regards to your family. Signature illegible. If this was the game Outlast, that part would actually be considered redacted. Now to see where the next document is. Just want to count the journal entries I have as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Good, that's up to date.
see the movie, so that's where I left the car. Okay?
Friends! Children! I need your help! Where are you?
Yes, coming! I'm coming!
It's like Father Martin is calling that dinner is ready, and he's like, I'm coming, I'm coming. Anasune, you ended up buying it. Don't worry though, this isn't something you chose to do on the spot. You've been thinking of it for a while, so you've had time to make sure you had some money in the case that something does pop up. Well, thank you so very much for that, Anasune. That is definitely very generous of you. Completely unexpected. Thank you so much for that. And I really do appreciate that. Especially because it's something that, you didn't have to do, or that I was, advertising that I wanted to have happen or anything like that. So thank you so much for being so generous like that. And when I actually use the code and get the game and stuff that I want to get with it, then I'll definitely let you know that I've done that as well. You got it for PS5 though, so hopefully that isn't a hassle. Oh no, not at all, Anasune. That's definitely no worries at all. Yeah, PS5 is great because I've actually got that, so that works out really well. But thank you so much, Anasune, again for doing that. I really do appreciate it.
Exit interview recorded December 27th, 1985 in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Clearance Sierra Alpha. Subject Dr. Rudolph Wernicke, 14866.
The films are real.
There was no alteration to the footage at all? No trickery?
None.
In June of 1943, you recorded 3 instances of spontaneous bleeding. Half a dozen test subjects began to develop brain tumors?
Yes. The autopsies revealed that the tumors were pure lead.
It killed them? Can you explain why the results could not be reproduced in the United States?
I have my theories. My homeland in those years. It's impossible to understand the things we felt, what we believed. The overwhelming fear, ecstatic rage, and English words are insufficient. More than hope. The human mind in that environment is capable of extraordinary things.
You're saying the experiment needed...
A proximity to death, to overwhelming madness. Only a test subject who had witnessed enough horror was capable of activating the engine.
Do you believe your test subjects achieved something supernatural?
No,
Do you think that they contacted something supernatural?
nothing is supernatural.
Then what was it? You said Project Wallrider was a gateway. A gateway to what?
Alright, so that was the exit interview of Dr. Wernicke. The man sounds like Dr. Strangelove's anemic brother. It's a 25-year-old audio recording, an interview with this Dr. Wernicke. Los Alamos means government work. Wernicke talks about spontaneous bleeding, tumors, psychosomatic reactions in sufficiently disturbed people. Seems to walk a line between science and Nazi mysticism. Only a test subject who had witnessed enough horror was capable of activating the engine. The morphogenic engine. The engine. The movie they're projecting. It gets in my head like a song you can't stop humming. I blink and see Rorschach tests that look like swarming insects and infected surgery wounds. The patients talk about using the engine to conjure the wall rider. It's the buzzing I hear in my bones. The buzzing I hear in my bones. I like that line. Alright, so for those who haven't seen the movie, there's a movie called Dr. Strangelove, or How I Stopped Worrying and Learned to Love the Bomb. And it's a movie by Stanley Kubrick, and a comedian who's long since passed away, Peter Sellers, plays multiple characters in that movie. And one of the characters is a character called Dr. Strangelove. And he used to be a Nazi scientist, but he was actually brought over and became a scientist for the Americans, and he still suffers from the sort of like brainwashing in the fact that one of his hands always keeps trying to do the Heil Hitler sing, and he has to keep on grabbing the hand and putting it back down to stop it from doing it. It's a movie that is based on a novel. The novel was actually serious, but when they adapted it into the movie, they decided to make it into a satire and a comedy. So Peter Sellers was hired to do multiple roles, including Dr. Strangelove as well. So that's what Miles, the main character in this game, is actually referencing there. And psychosomatic reactions. I think psychosomatic is essentially making people think they're feeling something when they're actually not, or seeing something when they actually aren't, or tasting something when they actually aren't. That kind of thing actually plays into a plot point in Outlast 2 that answers a twist that is at the end of that game. But essentially, it's a situation where this Dr. Wernicke wanted to get those kind of reactions in disturbed people, and he talks about how only a test subject who had witnessed enough horror was capable of activating the engine. I was talking earlier about the fact that there's these experiments that have been going on in Mount Massive, and they've been trying to get people to become more controllable with mind control and all that kind of stuff, but also to try and kind of like activate all this fear inside someone to help activate the engine and keep it running kind of thing. And so the main character, Miles, has of course been experiencing a lot of horror throughout this story up until this point. And he's definitely been affected by the kind of experimentation that has been going on in Mount Massive, because he's hearing buzzing and, you know, all that kind of stuff as well. And it's interesting that they use the Rorschach, because that is obviously a test where ink blots and you have a look and some people might see a butterfly in the way that the ink is actually displayed. Some might see a can of beer. Some might see a certain person's face, or some might see an ant, or some might see, you know, whatever, and all that kind of stuff. And supposedly it is supposed to be an indication of subconsciously what people are thinking about when they see certain things and certain associations and all that kind of stuff. Like if someone sees a certain pattern, they might associate something with it, and someone else might look at the same thing and go, what the hell are you looking at? What are you talking about? You said that there's a bit of wallpaper that has a face on it. There's no face. What are you talking about? But someone might actually look at the patterning and be able to make it in their mind seem like there's eyes and a nose and a mouth kind of thing, and all that kind of stuff. So that video that we just saw was an exit interview with Dr. Wernicke, and he was discussing that kind of stuff about the test subjects and experiencing enough horror and activating the morphogenic engine, which is what William Hope, Billy, is actually connected to, and he's the host currently for the Wall Rider, because he's been experimented on enough to have enough horror to have the engine running and keep it running, and then create the manifestation of the Wall Rider, which is that spirit floating ghost thing that we've encountered a few times in the game already. Understood, but yeah, don't feel pressured to buy a specific game with it. Like you said before, it's a donation/gift to help with what you decide to get next. That's no trouble at all, Anasune, for sure. You know, but thanks again for your generosity as well. That's really generous of you to do. So it's muchly appreciated. And I'll definitely let you know, like, what I get and all that kind of stuff, just to be 100% transparent. So, you know, keep all things above board and stuff. But thank you again for that, Anasune. That was really, really generous and unexpected of you. So thank you.
You have to find Wernicke. Only way.
Here we go. So here's the next document. This journal entry was necrotizing fasciitis from D. Brunton at murkoffcorp.us.com to G. Williard at murkoffcorp.us.com. Subject regarding or response reply: flesh-eating bacteria. Wash those hands regularly. So he got a message saying, necrotizing fasciitis. Really? I fucking quit. So, in Assassin's Creed... Sorry, not Assassin's Creed. Let me start again. This name, D. Brunton, is a reference to a character in Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow named D.P. Brunton, I think it is. I'll just double check that before I actually go forward with it, because Brunton is definitely the name of a character in that, though. Yeah, So Dermot P. Brunton is the operations coordinator of ShadowNet, a Black Ops group within 3rd Echelon in Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. One of the writers for Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, I think, is J.T. Petty. So J.T. Petty is the writer of Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure that he had something to do with this game's story as well. Yep, so the writer for Outlast is J.T. Petty. So that's a nice little reference to Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. There's a link to the IMDb for Outlast itself, and there will be a listing for J.T. Petty as the writer. Oh, cool. So he also wrote Outlast 2 as well as the Outlast Trials as well. That's awesome. And the Whistleblower DLC for this first one. The Walking Dead Season 2. He wrote the episode Amid the Ruins. He did some writing on the Batman Begins video game. Some uncredited writing on Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Additional writer on Prince of Persia Warrior Within. And wrote Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow. And also the first Splinter Cell game. And Batman Vengeance video game. Worked on the video game script. Understood. By the way, what's Outlast about? You mean you heard of it, but that's as far as it goes. So it's about this company who have this insane asylum, and they're a very nefarious company. So think Umbrella from Resident Evil, kind of evil corporation. And they've been doing all these kind of fucked up experiments on the patients there. The main character that we're playing as is an investigative journalist, and he's been given an email from a whistleblower telling him that there's some strange shit that's been going on, and for him to go there and investigate. So that's who we're playing as in the main game. And then there's a DLC called The Whistleblower, and we play as the actual character who sends the message. Waylon sends the message to the main character in the main game, telling him to investigate. So it kind of interweaves into the, I guess it's probably like a 24-hour period of when these events take place, and they sort of intertwine and all that kind of stuff. It's really a good DLC. It's one of those things where like it is very, very cool to play it, especially if you like the story of the main game, because then you get to see things from a different perspective, get a little bit more information and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's the basic plot. Investigative journalist going to this insane asylum, finding out all the fucked up experiments that have been going on by this company, Murkoff. Just need to see where the next document is. Ansune. It sounds like a decent game, although horror isn't exactly your type of genre. Yeah. It's also one of those games, too, where there's, like, a lot of jump scares. There's also a lot of, like, audio kind of, like, frights and stuff, but also visual ones as well. So this game's approach is more like a bit of a haunted house amusement kind of situation, in a sense. little bit of different music there, plus some of the organ music that was playing as well. It's a little bit of mixture of both there. Wanted to sort of like get on stream. And so now you just checked, and it looks like Mirage will drop exactly at midnight, down to the seconds. Yeah, I'll definitely be up midnight my time. That's for sure. It's kind of a bit of a benefit living in a time zone that is, like, because when I was watching that live stream that Ubisoft did of Mirage, for them streaming it, it was 2 days away. For me streaming it was 1 day away. So it's the 4th here at it's getting close to 9 p.m. on the 4th of October. So once it hits, I'll be definitely checking out any streams that are happening of it and any like YouTube videos that have come out for it and stuff like that. We're getting close to the next document as well. I'm going to talk over this part now because we've heard this type of music a little bit. So we have here a more direct showing of the fact that these patients are so enthralled with the actual static that it's almost like they're praying to it. And so we have here someone who is literally praying to it. And if you look away from the screen, the television screen, you can still see some static coming through on the image because of the camera that Miles is using. But if you actually have a closer look when I put the camera back to the actual screen of the static, you'll see the faint outline of a Rorschach ink blot on it as well, which is definitely a correlation that's been made in that Dr. Wernicke exit interview that we heard about before. That's true, Anasuna. Yeah, it was like 8:47. Only a few hours left. I don't know if many people can see it, but there's a little bit of a kind of like ghost image on top of the actual static on the TV screen. I like touches like that. Let's play some pool. Be cool if there was a way to actually unlock a mini game where you could play pool with characters like Chris Walker, the War Rider, as well as like Dr. Wernicke, like all the characters in the game, all the enemies too. You can choose, like it'd be funny to have a mod where you can like select which opponent you want to play with in a game of pool. Anasune, damn, whatever happened here, it must have really broken these folks. Oh yeah, the types of shit that they've been put through, both mentally and physically, and the stuff that they've done to themselves physically as a result of what's been done to them mentally. Like, it's just so much stuff that Murkoff has been doing with a lot of these individuals, and some of these patients are actually former employees who found out about what Murkoff was doing, or they were already embroiled in what Murkoff was doing, but they decided that they wanted to go to the press, but they were discovered, and their intentions were discovered, and then they were actually actively forced in as a patient themselves. So there's some of that stuff going on as well. Just need to check that guide to make sure I'm getting the document. In any case, there was a note that we unlocked by looking at that dude at the television screen. Static prayer. The static again. A patient knelt in prayer. Maybe he bought Father Martin's line of bullshit. Maybe he hears what I hear, but more clearly. Maybe it's his way out of this place. The priest called it the Gospel of Sand. And if we actually have a look, there is a document that we got called the Gospel of Sand here. I'll just reread this to make sure that it's connected. Found scrawled in pencil on the back of an admittance form, handwriting matches samples from patient Father Martin Archambault. This God is real. What we've mistaken so long for ghosts, spirits, madness, we were only willfully ignorant. The scales on Saul's eyes were fear, and when you see beyond it, you truly see. This is the gift of the wall rider, the Gospel of Sand. The greatest sin in the world is willful ignorance of God. To receive a revelation and not spread it to the waiting flock. This place, to stand in the way of salvation, is a sin for which there is no punishment too great. So that's the Gospel of Sand, which was referenced in this static prayer. The priest called it the Gospel of Sand. Alright, just want to check something. So the next document in the guide I'm looking at is the 25th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Excellent. That matches. Alright, cool. Now I know in the guide where it is. Anasune, you're going to go watch a movie, so I'll see you next stream. That's okay, Anasune. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you again for the PS5 code to get a game with, or put it towards a game. Thank you so very much for that again. You take care of yourself, and I hope you have a good one. Enjoy the movie too, as well. Catch you next time, Anasune. This document is the Gospel of Judas. I'm an unworthy supplicant who can serve our Lord only by feeding our Lord. Please take me, war rider. Let my shepherd's apostle see it and spread it with his lies for a greater truth. Your time upon the world has come. My flesh longs for your beautiful wraith. My blood is filled with you and waiting to be set free. This is my prayer. Write your gospel in my flesh. Gee, if you want his autograph so much, just use a piece of paper. Alright, so just checking the next video in the guide I've been using. So for those wondering what YouTube channel I'm actually using for the guide, I'll just provide a link to their channel. So the channel's name is PowerPix, and that's a link directly to their YouTube channel. And I'm using their guide on Outlast, the all document and note locations as well. And I'll provide a link to the first chapter of that. So here's a link to the chapter 1 video, and they do have a playlist as well with that too. So that's the channel that I'm getting the guide from, and the actual guide for Outlast that I'm using from them as well. Okay, so the next document isn't until we get to the underground laboratory. From here on out, well, for this little next bit, there might be some changes and stuff in the music and all that kind of stuff, different to what we've actually heard already, that I've already let play on its own without talking over. So I'll just not talk over anything, just in case there might be a subtle change or different trajectory the music goes in as well as we continue forward. But the next actual document that I want to get isn't in this next part that I'm about to do, though.
escape it, tell them. This is your penultimate act of witness. The promise of the prophets was always freedom from death. And here it is. You will watch and record my death, my resurrection. And together we will be free. Angel, you fix the elevator. It will take you to freedom. We will all of us be free. Now, my son.
So there we go. His final barbecue. Ben Darren, you should do a Splinter Cell Chaos Theory music playthrough sometime. Maybe there is a Splinter Cell anniversary sometime. Ben Darren, I would absolutely love to do something to celebrate any anniversary of Splinter Cell. The one that I wanted to do for the first game actually fell through last year in the sense of what I wanted to do for it, which was very disappointing. I originally wanted to do the PC version and play through it, but there were some issues that I was having that I couldn't resolve with the actual game to get it to work properly and sufficiently. Then I decided, okay, maybe what I'll do is a playthrough of the PlayStation 2 version emulated, because that was the version that I was most familiar with for many years. That fell through because I couldn't get the ROM to work in a satisfactory fashion where the quality of the game was good enough. So I had to scrap that and just basically stream the Xbox original version that I have from my Xbox console, which has the screen in 4:3 mode with black square around it, black framing. So I had to just compromise and settle for that to celebrate Splinter Cell 1's 20th anniversary. Next year it'll be Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow's 20th anniversary. But hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get some way of playing Pandora Tomorrow, because that game, while it's not the best game in the series, or not a game that I would say is the best, I still do like it a lot. So I would like to do something for that. And the 20th in 2025 for Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, I'd love to do something like that. So hopefully I'll be able to sort things out before next year and 2025 to actually do something with that. But I love that game series a lot, and usually every year I do those in September, all 6 main entries in the series. But this year there's been some complications. The Xbox streaming side of things has an audio issue with every single Xbox game that I stream. Doesn't matter if it's Xbox Original, Xbox 360, Xbox One, or a new Xbox game. If I stream Xbox games, there's an audio issue that doesn't go away that affects every single game across multiple backwards compatibility platforms and stuff like that. So it meant that I had to carry a lot of games that I would normally stream from the Xbox to streaming them from the PlayStation. So that's why with a lot of the Assassin's Creed games, I got rid of Game Pass because there was no point in me keeping Game Pass, because I'd rather get PS Plus and use that and then get the games that I would normally stream otherwise on the Xbox for a cheaper price. So at the moment I've been using the PS Plus for a lot of the Assassin's Creed series games and streaming from the PS5, which doesn't have those audio issues. But I'm hoping to be able to get to them before the year is out. But this might be the first year in a very fucking long time that I haven't done an annual series playthrough of Splinter Cell, which really pisses me off because I really, really like to play those games. But Aaron, the positive is you had all the original light and shadow effects work if you played it on OG Xbox. That's true, and I played like a little bit of it on the OG Xbox, but I didn't actually own the console, and a relative of mine brought it over when they were visiting, and played that game, absolutely loved it. And when I found out there was a PlayStation 2 port, I was so happy, and so I got that version. So I wasn't overly familiar with the original Xbox version until they decided to make it backwards compatible on the Xbox, which allowed me to actually stream the games, so I could actually do those. And that was when I first started to play the Xbox original versions of Splinter Cell, Pandora Tomorrow, and Chaos Theory as well. But yeah, I love that series and kind of miss, playing it. So normally I do a series run in September, but wasn't able to do it this year and might not even be able to fit it in this year. But you never know. Might be able to fit it in. This note that was made is the Passion of Father Martin. I can't believe Father Martin one-upped Jesus Christ himself in shitty ways to die, and I don't believe I'm going to miss him. A way out. If he's telling the truth, now I've got a way out. And a story to tell. He wants me to spread his gospel? I'll tell the whole fucking world. Hey there, Brutus. How's things going for you today? Welcome on in. That's excellent, Brutus. Glad to hear that you're going well. That's awesome. As for me, I'm doing really good. Can't believe that the week's almost finished. We're almost up to Friday. And Assassin's Creed Mirage is a few hours away for me. So it'll be interesting to see what the reception is with that game when it comes out. Ben Darren, oh nice. So you followed everything on PC Gaming Wiki on the Splinter Cell entry. It has a few tips on how to get original Splinter Cell working on PC. I actually did for most of the stuff, but the problem is I'm so used to playing the games with a controller that I was trying to get the controller to actually work with the game. And because on the PC version they've assigned the speed at which you move to the scroll wheel on the mouse, it means that I couldn't find a way to get the controller to actually work. Plus, I also used a program that I use for my old school Tomb Raider games where I can trick the game into thinking I'm using a keyboard. But the Splinter Cell game wouldn't have it for some reason. No matter what I did with this other program, it wouldn't recognize the button presses and all that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking that I might just have to bite the bullet and just suck it up and get used to playing it with a keyboard and mouse. just to be able to play it. No, he's got me. Or not. Yep, he's got me. Good thing I'm not playing on insane mode yet. Insane mode, I'd have to start the game from the start again. Because in that mode, you don't have saves or checkpoints. Oh yeah, Bandaran. It was so frustrating. It's like, I just want to play the damn game comfortably. Oh, that's okay, Bandaran. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here and for watching for a bit as well. Hope you all have a good time also. Thank you so much, Bandaran. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it as well. Definitely one of my favorite horror games. Here we go, that's right. Now my memory's kicking in. Hey there, Lucinda, good morning. How's things going for you so far? Outlast is going really well. Haven't actually missed another document, and we're getting closer to the end of the game, so that's been working out well. It didn't really take me long off stream to get all the documents from the start of the game again, and the one that I missed, because obviously when I'm not streaming a game, I'm not talking and stopping, and especially in this playthrough where I'm listening to music and stopping and waiting for music to stop or loop around, it meant it took longer to get to where I got to in the stream yesterday than it did to actually play it again offline from the start, restarting the game, collecting all the documents that I had already gotten on stream, but then getting the one that I missed on stream, and then at the start of today's stream was able to read the document that I missed and all that kind of stuff. And it's been going really, really good. Oh, nice. You're doing all right? Gearing up for your first day of work later today. Oh, hell yeah, Lucinda. The day has finally arrived where you start the first day of working at your new job. I'm definitely glad that you're doing all right as well. I hope the prep for your first day of work is going well also. Listen, it took you 5 days to get through their online training yesterday. Really? Oh, 5 hours. I was gonna say. 5 days in one day? Holy shit. 5 hours. That would have been a bit of a slog, actually, to, do something like that for 5 hours. Were you able to have any breaks, or was it just like 5 hours straight through? And I would hope you're getting paid for that too, as well. And now we enter the section of the game where we are actually in the underground lab, which if you've played Resident Evil should sound familiar, the structure of that. Listen, you had restroom breaks, but you didn't get any additional breaks because you didn't want to be there any longer than you had to. You had to come home and do all your weekly housework as well, and you got paid for it. Well, that's understandable too as well, and I wouldn't blame you to only just take those breaks and then just, keep on going through to get it done without any extra ones as well. And that's a good idea too. You don't want to, have yourself burned out from that when you had some work to do afterwards. And I'm glad that you got paid for it too. Because definitely, if I think all jobs should pay you for the training, even if it's just doing like an online like thing that they get you to do. So that's good that you got paid for it. The next document in this game, the 26th one, is not far past the kiosk or the opening, the foyer area. In fact, it's actually behind the desk in the foyer. Okay, so the note that Miles made with entering here is under the mountain. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Whoever finds my corpse, trust no one and tell everyone. I'm not crazy. I know, only crazy people say that. But I am as sane as this world allows with a camera full of evidence. Don't call it a gospel, call it a mockery of reason. Let the world know it is Murkoff's fault. Bury these bastards with my mutilated dead body. Great way to sign off your letters with. Thank you so much for this opportunity that you've given me. Bury these bastards with my mutilated dead body. Miles. And the document that we picked up is the Pride of Wisdom. From the personal records of Dr. Wernicke, Frankenstein or the Modern Prometheus by Mary Shelley, published anonymously in 1818, chapter 23, excerpt. Man, I cried, how ignorant art thou in thy pride of wisdom! Cease, you know not what it is you say. I broke from the house angry and disturbed, and retired to meditate on some other mode of action. So this, of course, is based on a real story by a real person named Mary Shelley. It was published anonymously in 1818 because I do believe at the time women were not considered to be capable of being writers. So Mary Shelley decided to, well, she didn't decide to. It was decided, I guess, that she had to go under a different name or something originally. But once humanity moved on from that nonsense in that respect, she was able to actually have her actual name put on the thing. So this is an excerpt from that book as well. And Dr. Wernicke having this in his personal records is definitely telling because, in a way, his experiments with the morphogenic engine and dream therapy and, you know, his interest in German mythology, like creatures that called a Mara or something like that, which can, you know, can cause sleep paralysis and all that kind of stuff. The idea of a scientist, you know, creating something, maybe initially they had good intentions, but through the actual things that they had to do to get the result, it ends up being something that is very morally and ethically, you know, very, very ambiguous or over the top into the area of, you know, messed up, and the repercussions of all that kind of stuff as well. And if you think about Prometheus in mythology, now I'm not an expert on this stuff, I'm just basically trying to go off of memory of what I've come across in the past about this kind of stuff, but Prometheus was given the gift, or he gave the gift of fire to humanity, and it was seen as a negative thing by Zeus, I think, or some of the other gods in the pantheon. And essentially Prometheus, I think, had to be punished, and his punishment was to be eternally eaten by a bird, or have his intestines eaten or something like that, as a punishment for giving humanity fire. And of course, with fire, it can be used for positive and negative things. Positive, it can warm us when we're cold. Negative, it can be used to destroy things and all that kind of stuff. So Prometheus being mentioned as kind of like a modern, Frankenstein or the modern Prometheus is very fitting to that kind of concept as well. So Frankenstein, Dr. Frankenstein, in wanting to try and find the secret to immortality, has taken various body parts from different people and basically joined it together, and, you know, organs and all that kind of stuff, and brought it to life with electricity. And I can't remember exactly how the story goes, but the actual monster, which itself isn't called Frankenstein, the doctor who created the monster is called Frankenstein, but the monster ends up not necessarily because it's out to do these things intentionally, but just by its curiosity about things, it ends up, you know, killing or attacking a child or something like that, and that causes the townspeople to get their pitchforks and flames. I don't know if that actually happens in the book. That could just be something that movie versions have added, and the whole trope in old school monster movies about the villagers with pitchforks and, you know, torches coming after the monster, or, you know, the person who might be protecting the monster and all that kind of stuff. So there's all these sort of things that they tied into the lore of Outlast, and these different references to real mythologies and things like that. And it's just a great mix, and I think they did a really good job of doing all that. And the great thing about this game is you don't even have to care about any of this stuff. If you just purely want the experience of this game where you're just going through, you're trying to survive, jump scares, you love that kind of stuff, if you're not too worried about the story, then the game doesn't force you to, for example, even when they do show like a video explaining stuff, you don't have to stand there and watch it. The game doesn't prevent you from progressing until that's finished. You can actually go ahead and do the next part if you want. But it's really cool that they went to the trouble to do this stuff for those who are actually interested in it. And it helps sort of like create more of the world. It builds the world up of the game. And it also explains certain things as well. The thing about this game is that Outlast 2 has some things in it that can actually be explained by reading some of the documents in Outlast, including the Whistleblower DLC as well, that actually explain certain things that happen in Outlast and certain things at the end and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of juicy information in this game. Now I need to look and make sure that the next document is going to be collected so I don't miss it. Because we're so close to the end here, I don't want to end the game and then realize, oh shit, I missed a document. I want to go through a lot of this stuff too on this first run through as part of the 10th anniversary, because there is no way I will have time to do it when I do my run on insane mode. I like the brand name of this medication. Medication. Listen, there won't be any time to stop and smell the roses in insane mode. Definitely not. Unless I have a compulsion to want to die and restart the game from the start on purpose. Do they do anything different with the checkpoint or save system in insane mode? They do, Lucinda. Yeah, it's completely gone. No checkpoints, no saves. So pretty much permadeath. And yeah. So there's going to be a lot of moments where I could potentially die because for a split second I might forget to go left instead of right. So what I'm gonna do though is when I finish this first run through, I'm not going to start the second run through straight away. I'll probably watch some videos online just to get the things in my memory and all that kind of stuff. Not to say that I'll be able to ace it even after doing that, but I'd like to go in with a little bit of preparation as well. Because the thing is, when I'm playing this game normally, without the pressure of if you die, you start from the start of the game, there's certain things that I do that I wouldn't do if I'm actually doing a playthrough like that. And some things that I'll end up doing that normally wouldn't be that bad, because hey, if I die, there's a checkpoint. But if I die on insane mode from even a little tiny mistake, then that's going to be, very frustrating as well. So I am anticipating, so I'm going to be setting up a death counter for that. So every time I die in that game and have to restart, I'm also going to clip it as well. Kind of like what I did with Shadow of the Tomb Raider when I was going through that. And Rise as well I did it for, where I was doing my no death on that. Listen, no, that's right, you knew that. That's okay. There's no worries at all. Please avoid contamination. Wash your hands. Back in 2013, if only some people actually did that in 2020 or before. Some people out there just like, wash my hands after, handling multiple things? Nah, nothing bad could come from that. Oh, pick up this thing in the supermarket, and then the next minute when I get home, I'm using the same hands to actually eat finger food? It's like, yeah. Not something that is recommended to do. Listen, that's what happens when you learn new things. It pushes other things out. I absolutely know exactly what you mean. That happens to me so often, and it really, really annoys me sometimes. I'll get that document in a moment, but just want to have a look at what is on display here in this room. From one angle, this looked like a leg of pork. Listen, for a leg of pork, you hungry today, Rod? Oh, not too much. But I thought today I'd try something that I hadn't bought before, which is cheesy macaroni pasta salad. Get in the supermarket. They should have made this a Red Barrel, considering the company behind this game is Red Barrels. The cinder, is that served cold? It is, yeah, and you buy it in like a little container with like a sealed film of plastic over the top of it, and then a plastic lid on it as well. But yeah, it's actually quite nice. I've tried a little bit of it, and I've got some for later as well. But it's really, really delicious so far. Variant Postmortem. Project Wallrider Postmortem Preparatory Report MM1300921. Form note, all material herein to be transcribed and revised to fit legally binding requirements of Murkoff Corp records. See Form 4083. Author Jennifer Rowland. Notes, my 14th autopsy of a Wallrider patient showing no more signs of accepting the therapy than any of the others. There have been slight gains in cell migration and morphogenesis, including effects similar to human growth hormone, but nothing to suggest the stable creation of a sentient, independent swarm. So tired, doubting my judgment, will submit another request for leave. The psychological cost of using such far gone and further provoked patients is more than I feel I can handle. May suggest hanging less hope on the far-flung theories of a senile Nazi and move towards something a simpler mechanical engine based on major sperm protein. Will definitely suggest harsher chemical restraints. Murkoff Security killed patient 921 after he overcame enough tranquilizers to put down a hockey team. I'm afraid the hormone therapy is interacting with our chemical restraints in a counterproductive manner. Yeah, listen, they're delicious. So that was document 27. Just want to count to make sure I'm up to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Excellent. Now to check in the guide where the next one is. Alright. Saw in the guide where the next document is. If only Miles could get through there and be off on his way out of there. But that would be too easy. You can't have a horror story where the character necessarily just is able to walk right out the proverbial front door and be like, yeah, I can just go directly to this exit and I'll be fine. Morphogenic engine. I'll just pause on this screen. Well, I'll just focus on this screen for a little bit. People out there who might know what this actually means, if this equation actually does mean something, or if it's just an equation that might be like a joke or something like that. I'll just stay on here for a while. See if I can get one without the square in the middle. Morphogenic formula. This is the morphogenic engine. A few lines of mathematics, an algorithm. Reprogram us, turn us into nightmare factories. A few numbers on a dry erase board. Give me a hacksaw and a few hours alone with Dr. Wernicke's corpse. I feel I owe him a debt. And there we go. Chris Walker is dead, killed by the Wall Rider. In that sequence there, the game itself decided when to go into night vision mode in that sequence there where Chris Walker was dying. Ouch indeed, Lucinda. That definitely would not have tickled. Death of the soldier. This is the way you die. Ripped to pieces from the inside, watching your marrow scatter on a concrete wall. You've escaped one hell, Chris Walker. God help me, but I somehow hope you didn't find another.
Over here, please. I must try to explain. I know. I am supposed to be dead. No such luck. I am older than sin, but somehow the only one left. Because of Billy. He takes care of me. He may think I'm his father. He certainly loves me, the poor idiot. Do you know what this symbol represents? It warns of a nanohazard. Microscopic machines. Technology we have had for decades but never mastered. Murkoff discovered in my research a workaround. Turning the cells in the human body into nanofactories. It's the natural function of cells to produce molecules, but through psychosomatic direction, we engineered the precise molecules necessary. Mind over body. It was foolish and wrong to think we could control it. To use madmen to make something so strong. You have to stop him to murder Billy. Turn off his life support, his anesthesia. You have to undo what I've done. No one can get out of this place while he lives. You must kill him. We achieved something like this in 1944. Those fascists thought it was spirits, and I let them believe it. Let them kill themselves, thinking there was some kind of afterlife now empirically promised to them. Fools. Poor Alan. He would weep to see what I've built from his dreams. Billy doesn't mean harm. He's a child with a damaged mind, granted the powers of a god. It would make any of us into a monster. You must end this. We all must die here. Murkoff knew the danger, but they didn't care. In the corporation's mind, we're all just dollar amounts in a ledger. And the profits Project Wall Rider promised overshadowed whatever pitiful balance of your doctors and patients amounted to. He will spread if you don't stop him. The morphogenic engine is self-perpetuating. I pray to God you have the strength to end it here with your death. More than anything, I want to rest. Billy will not let me die. You could never imagine how cruel this is. I only want to die.
In a way, Dr. Wernicke probably sees himself like Prometheus in that picture there. Because Dr. Wernicke, in a way, is almost immortal. He's so old that he's lived for so long. In some ways, he must feel trapped, like Prometheus does for eternity, having a bird pick at him like that for the rest of his life. Because he gave fire to humanity, as per the myth. And so he wants his suffering to end. Listen, you'd probably beg to die too. Yeah. That's the thing too, when you think about it. There's just certain points where if you live for that long, and depending also on what sort of things were happening, you could definitely be like, yeah, I think that's enough life, you know? All that stuff that we just heard after that big pause in dialogue, you don't actually have to stay here for all that. I just wanted to do that as part of the celebrating the 10th anniversary. But if you don't want to worry about that, you can actually just, after he says the first bit, I mean, you can probably leave, or you could probably even skip this part. I don't even know. Maybe in a speed run you would just skip speaking to this doctor. But for my purposes anyway, I wanted to get all the dialogue with him. But as far as I know, there's not anything else that he'll say if you wait here longer. Alright, so we're back at the reception area now. Just need to backtrack. Game, you've glitched on me, haven't you? Can't access the menu. Can't do anything. You know what this means? Streaming from a PS5, Sony, in their infinite wisdom, decided to make it that if you're streaming something directly from your console and the game shuts down or you close the game down, whatever stream you have stops. Which means I'm going to have to, if this doesn't correct itself, I'm going to have to close the game down, which will end the stream automatically. Yeah, I hope it doesn't happen in the insane mode as well, Lucinda. That's for damn sure. Yeah, it's been that way forever. And that's where Xbox has an advantage over PlayStation, because years ago on the Xbox, if your game crashed, your stream would stop as well, but not anymore, for quite a few years now. Listen, you didn't know that about Xbox. Yeah, back in the early days of my streaming on Xbox, that would happen, which was very annoying because sometimes a game would crash, and if it crashed a lot of times, like there were some games where it would crash like after every half hour or 45 minutes or an hour. So I'd end up doing a stream that was in 20 parts, only because the game might have kept crashing and stopping the stream. But they eventually updated it so that if you're streaming from your Xbox and the game crashes, it just goes to an idle screen on your broadcast until you get the game running up again, and then it will resume the broadcast. Not even pressing the PlayStation menu button will get out of it. So there we go. Have to close the game down, which will end the stream. For those who don't like to watch a stream when it stops due to errors, thank you so much for watching up to this point. For those who will be able to stick around when I come back, I'll be back to do the rest of this first run through.